The purpose of this workshop is really to give you an in-depth or more in-depth understanding, and that is open, direct, human to ET contact. And that's happening. We have tens of thousands of people around the world in our Close Encounters of the Fifth Kind teams. It's just volunteers get together, go out into the stars, use a set of protocols, and amazing stuff happens. I'm going to be showing you a lot of images and explaining what they mean and how contact is actuated, how you create this sort of contact. But I want you to think of it in terms of, in a sense, the ultimate civil disobedience act as well. Because when I first started doing this, I remember in 1992, after we had this event happen in Florida, and we had 4 craft just materialized in the, they didn't move in like a plane, it's materialized in the sky. And you've all probably seen the video where the guy goes, "Holy damn hot shit." The good old boy from Louisiana. Well, that was a demonstration event for about, I guess, 60 people at a workshop for the weekend. And we were on a beach near Pensacola. And that event ended up on the front page of the paper and got kicked up to the intelligence community, and the intelligence community then contacted me. And their first question was, "What the hell do you think you're doing? And what gives you the right to do this?" And I said, "Well, I'm a free citizen of Earth. I have a mind, and I've had contact, and I'm not going to share with everyone else how it's done because it's really very simple." And they said, "Well, you don't have authority to." I said, "I don't need your goddamn authority." So, you know, they were trying to rock me back, and if you push me, I'm going to knock you down. So the head of Army Intelligence was less than amused initially. And there were 3 people at the meeting. A member of the team was NSA. There was a CIA guy there and the guy who had been head of Army Intelligence. And they were basically trying to figure out, what is this kid doing? You know, because I'm a young doctor in my 30s, doing something very disruptive. Because the ultimate disclosure event would be to have millions of people who understand what you're going to learn today, going out under the stars, making contact that signals to these interstellar civilizations that humans are ready for open contact. And it starts happening, and they cannot control that. That's a fractal that'll go viral. And so the intelligence community immediately recognized the danger of this to their agenda of secrecy, but also of the cover-up and the misdirect of the whole, we should be afraid of everything alien and all. You know, they spent trillions of dollars brainwashing people for 70 years, as you heard yesterday, trillions. So here comes this young doctor who is throwing a monkey wrench in their great scheme. And first out of the gate, we have an event happens, and there are 2 Air Force people there. One's a colonel, a retired, and an Air Force pilot, and one was the Eastern Director of MUFON for the United States, who interestingly tried to get the report published in the MUFON Journal, and it was denied publication at that time. I don't think that happened now because I'm friends with Jan Harzan, but back in those days, they would not let this be published because it was too out there. Because the guy's using consciousness and meditation and thought, and what does that have to do with, because we're talking about the old guard who want to go, kick the tires on the ET craft as if interstellar civilizations are using a Boeing 777. So, you read between the lines what I'm saying. So, what we want to do today is to go from that reductionist, materialist understanding to the understanding you need to have to be an ambassador to the universe from humanity to these other civilizations. That's my purpose. And that's the overarching objective. But to get there, there's a lot you need to understand. Now, the intelligence community right away began to sort of try to interfere with what we were doing. And it's now gotten to where if I'm present, we're out at a site, We'll have military jets, helicopters within 100 feet of overhead, special forces sometimes coming in on the ground. But that's because I'm there. You can do it. Here's the nice thing about you not being me. There's a big target on my back. There are a lot of good reasons not to be me, but lots. More than I want to go into. Where's my therapist? No, I'm just kidding. But you're not going to have that kind of surveillance. So we're going to go through the security algorithms that we do on site also, because there are systems that pick up ET craft when they come out through the crossing point of light. And we'll describe this a little later. And those technologies will then activate a intervention by the intelligence community. But they can't be everywhere at once. They don't have unlimited assets. They really don't. We have more assets. There are more of us than them, right? And so there's power in that. And this is what I want all of you to understand. You have the power. Don't think they do. We do. And I made that very clear. I remember at one point in the conversation, the head of Army Intelligence was being very bombastic and threatening. And I said, well, you know what? You have your plan, and we have ours. And I'll tell you which one will prevail. You lose, we win. It's just that simple. I said there's a plan that is cosmic, it's interstellar, it's divine, it's human, it's enlightened, and it's going to prevail. And you're going to fail. So you might as well get prepared for your failure, because it's coming. And that's how I spoke to him, very matter-of-factly. He was like, oh, you know, he wasn't used to, you know, this young upstart whippersnapper talking to him that way. But I think that you have to empower yourself. And this is what I want you to do in the course of this 4 hours. Empower yourself and see yourself as on the vanguard of humanity making contact with these civilizations, and to have the skill set and the knowledge and the wisdom to do it and know what's going on when it happens, because that is not obvious either. So there's a whole cosmology that needs to be understood. Now, ultimately, after this initial kerfuffle, they tried to make nice and play nice. So a couple months later, astronaut Brian O'Leary and Maury Albertson, who co-founded the Peace Corps during JFK's time, and I hosted an event at a retreat center in Colorado where we invited all the UFO researchers from all over the world, thinking they might play nice. Oh boy. Out came the knives, and you had, you know, intel operatives there like you can't believe, and this man shows up, the head of Army Intelligence, a former head, not really retired, you never retire from that position, and he tries to convince me to accept a $2 billion bribe in order to shut this operation down. Billion. That was when $1 billion was a lot of money. And now every week there's a billionaire unicorn being minted out of Silicon Valley, right? So, but in '92, $2 billion was a fair amount of money. And I was going, and he had it in a black budget slush fund in Eastern Europe. And I said, no, thank you. I'm not interested. And he went to my wife. And my wife is sort of like the epitome of noblesse oblige, and, you know, it's a doctor's daughter, and, you know, nice Jewish family who, you know, very well educated, you know, New York, New Jersey, and went to Ivy League schools and private high schools and all the privileges I didn't have as a poor boy in the South. I was the young boy toy. Anyway, outrageous. So so I, you know, and went to her and said, will you convince your husband to work with us? And we have all this and blah, blah, blah. There was all this flattery, and that didn't work. And so within 30 days of me finally saying no and don't making me an offer like that again, the defamations began. On the internet, early internet, everywhere. Defamation of character, every kind of story. And I knew that was going to come. So you just kind of keep going. You don't let this interfere with what you're going to do. But that is actually how the Disclosure Project started. because the friendly people in the intelligence community then approached me and said, wow, this guy really understands this stuff. Because this is not about going out and collecting a report from someone at a trailer park who saw a light in the sky last night. This is about going out there and becoming an ambassador to these civilizations openly and having it happen and having thousands and eventually millions of people do it, where they're aware of it and the potentiality of it. And the awakening that is within human consciousness that allows that to happen. So this is a real threat to their plan. So the ultimate disclosure event is 1 million people or millions of people learning about what we're going to talk about today. And that is close encounters of the fifth kind, which is when humans initiate the contact and understand how it can happen. Now, once we had the intelligence community, we got on the radar of what we were doing, one of the friendlies approached me. I thought he was a spook trying to infiltrate me initially, and turned out to be someone genuinely supportive who was a Navy intel person. And so we set up a series of meetings to go to, for example, the Pentagon and to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, to what was the Foreign Technology Division, where the Roswell remains were sent. But we went there not to learn what they had there, I already knew what they had there, but to ask them to deconflict their operations with ours, meaning we wanted them to stand down interference with our operations. And it's a very interesting story. This was in 1993 in September, and the head of intelligence for the Joint Chiefs of Staff, who later went on to become the Director of Naval Intelligence, which is a step up from there, believe it or not, set the meeting up. And they did not want to have the meeting at Wright-Patterson, and they were ordered to have it. And they were ordered to have it because the man knew what we were doing was serious, and we were seriously trying to do this in a way where there would not be conflict between our teams and military operations in any given area around the world, not just U.S. So that meeting happened, and it was a very interesting meeting because one of the officers there, a colonel, said, well, aren't you concerned that something might happen to you by the aliens when you're out there? I said, no, I'm more concerned something would happen to us from you. And also, if they were a threat, you and I would not be breathing the free air of Earth anymore, given the galactically stupid things our military has been doing. And he looked at me. And the intelligence officer that was there, Bruce Ashcroft, was just writing furiously. He was a civilian, allegedly a public information guy. He was actually intel. And so we began this process of saying, we're forming these teams, we're going to do it, and please stand down what you can. Now, of course, later I learned that there are people who were friendly to the concept of what we were doing who didn't have the power to stand down anything, because those unacknowledged projects do what they want. They don't listen to the head of intelligence joint staff or anyone else. So there's a balance that we're going to have to strike, and you'll find that that's what we do when we go out under the stars together. And the key thing about this is that you realize very quickly that where the action is in human consciousness and empowering yourself to be someone who can make contact with these civilizations and not be afraid. So I want to talk about kind of the ethical and philosophical underpinnings of what we're doing. The first is non-prejudice. We don't distinguish between any ET civilization. If they're interstellar and they're aware of Earth or have reached here, we're an ambassador to those people. Now, to the alienists and the racists and the fearmongers who are afraid of this species or that species, and have you always noticed that the ones that are the good ones are always blonde and have nice boobs? I'm thinking of Bill Tompkins, and have, blue eyes, and the ones that look different from a white Anglo-Saxon Protestant, or evil. This is naked racism. So the first thing you have to be is don't be a racist. And if you're a racist, you can probably leave now. Bye. Have a nice day. So, because they're not interested in you. These civilizations are not interested in the hate-mongering, racist element of the lunatic fringe of the UFO subculture. They're not. Just that simple. Now I'll just put it out there. It's blunt. I'm an ER doc. I tend to be very direct, and so I'll just put it out there. So the first underpinning of our philosophy is one universe, one people. We're all sentient, intelligent life. If there is a point of conflict between one culture and another, that should be resolved through contact and through discussion and through engagement. It is not going to be fixed down the barrel of a scalar weapon that could destroy both planets simultaneously. So we have to look at ourselves as peace ambassadors when we're doing this and cut through all the fear-mongering and what have you. Because if you go out there and you're afraid, that fear in of itself is going to stop the consciousness meditation process that enables you to engage the protocol that you're going to learn. Does this make sense? Fear is the mind killer. And I'll give you a great example of this. We had a woman come with us in England in 1992, and it was my first trip to the crop circles. This was a crop circle, by the way, our logo. And she was a psychologist, which I learned a first red flag. I'm sorry, but I know hard science, ER docs always make fun of psychiatrists, but I'm joking. But, well, kind of, a little bit. And so she comes out, and we're there, and it's this like amazing series of things happen. So the paparazzi found out I was there, and so they were all trying to invade the site. And then there were the crappies, and I knew nothing was going to happen in that chaos of that setting. And about the time I had that thought, there was an ET craft that came into the sky and formed a cloud around it and caused the most hellacious rainstorm exactly over the farm we were using. And it flushed all the rats back to town. They all went... So all the dreck went out. So there were 4 of us that remained. And now we knew this was happening. We were looking at this. No one was looking at the sky. You could see this thing going like this, back and forth in this cloud. And it was an object, very, very low clouds, and it just created this storm right there. And it stayed there until everyone left, and then it stopped. So, of course, we got in our car, and, it's, of course, a right side drive, and I'm on the driver's side, and all of a sudden, there were 2 in my car, and myself and one other, and 2 in a car behind us in sort of a little farm road. And this man starts beating on the door. And I put the window down, and he says, "There's a spaceship in the field lit up like a bloody Christmas tree." And I go, "Oh, there is." And I look, and I thought he was joking. I thought he was just pulling my leg. And there's this 100-foot diameter disc, beautiful, in the field, about 10 feet above the ground, hovering maybe 100 yards to or so, 200 yards away. So I said, "Oh, great, they're here." So I hop out. Now, the psychologist goes, "Oh my God, they're here." I go, "Yeah, isn't that exciting?" So I get a light and I start signaling to it, and it signals back, and I'm mentally asking it to come closer. And I do this. So I put my palms out like this, and a welcoming. I don't have a weapon, and you welcome them. Your third eye, your heart chakra, and your palms, you send out this sort of cone of welcome. And here it comes, it's floating towards us, and all the hair on our bodies start standing on end. It's called piloerection. Sounds sexy, doesn't it? Your hair standing on end. And some of these medical terms are lovely. Anyway, and you could hear the wires that were near one of the power lines on the farm started buzzing with electromagnetic energy field. This thing was fully in this dimension. But it just appeared there. It didn't fly in, it just pop, was right there in the field. So it had a kind of a dome on it, like a little cupola with some golden lights, and then there was lights going around the base of it that were like bleeding into each other, like going both directions, and it was beautiful. So this psychologist, this PhD psychologist, just freaked. She says, "Stop signaling to them. They're coming closer." I said, "Well, that's what we're here to do." She says, "Well, not that. I thought it'd be way up there." So she falls apart like a $3 watch, and forthwith says, "I'm done." I later found out that she was involved in some UFO club that was doing abductionism and regressing people, and she had incorporated into her thing all this fear, gloom and doom, and that's what kicked in. Bang. And that was the end. But as soon as the ETs picked up on her fear, they backed off. And they were so beautiful. They backed off to the edge of the wheat field near the Avon River, and then they lifted up and disappeared into the mist. And then the clouds opened, and there was this beautiful golden orb light that stayed up there just moving and signaling to us at a distance safe for her. She felt that was okay. You see what I mean? And that went on for about an hour. Now, the whole time that's going on, my compass is going around the dial counterclockwise. The magnetic north is turning. The whole magnetic field is torquing. Some weird stuff, cool stuff. So what I learned, now the next morning, there's a note slipped under my assistant's door. It says, "I'm going back to Ohio. This is too much for me." And she left. And we never heard from her again. So that's when I learned I probably need to train people before taking them out and having something like that happen. Because, I'm sort of childlike in how I approach things sometimes, and I think, oh, well, just do it, and I don't know I can't, so I just do it. It was like the first time I meditated, I just sat down and went into samadhi, and the teacher went, "What are you doing?" I said, "Aren't we supposed to transcend?" Because I didn't know that you weren't supposed to, that you were supposed to make a big deal about it. So, see, everyone makes everything harder than it needs to be, and just do it. So what we have to understand is, if our operative paradigm is alienism, which is my word for interstellar racism, fear of other species, hatred of ones that you've heard rumors about, the absorption into your psyche of all the fear-mongering and war-mongering that is the stock and trade of the New Age and UFO subculture today, and Gaia TV and things of its ilk. You're never going to be able to do this. And that's why I'm addressing it right off the bat. So put my cards on the table, you can put yours, but this is the prerequisite to becoming an ambassador to the universe, is to be non-prejudicial, have no fear, and to learn to transcend what fear you may have incorporated into your intellect and into yourself through powerful meditation techniques, which we're going to discuss today and demonstrate. Because you can transcend those fears. As Krishna said to Arjuna on the battlefield, a little of this eliminates all fear. And the this he was referring to is pure consciousness, the state of samadhi, that state of transcendent deep awareness. So with that state, you can become a spirit warrior, a Shambhala warrior, where you're not afraid of anything, which is how I'm doing what I'm doing. That's what I connect to. So that kind of spirit warrior state, it's not violent warrior, but this where you transcend fear and threat by being grounded in this transcendent infinite aspect of yourself. That is how you get out of the headspace, the intellect, and the fear. So that's the first. The second component to it is understanding that when we're doing our contact, we're welcoming all civilizations, not this one and that one. So we don't go out and say, we want the ones that look like Nordic ones, the ones that don't look like us, you stay away because I'm a racist. And that dog don't hunt, as we say in North Carolina. So, and so we have to figure out, what is the proper attitudinal state to be in to make contact. And it's a very pure-hearted, innocent, accepting, open-hearted state. Now people say, well, what if there are some that are nefarious and scary and harmful? I said, well, those are the ones I want to make contact with first. So let's make a distinction between the dilettantes who want to go out and see a UFO and the people who are sincere about being an ambassador for the purpose of universal peace, not peace on earth and peace in the cosmos, to these civilizations. And this is a very serious and sometimes painful discussion that we need to have, because the purpose of what we're doing with the Center for the Study of Extraterrestrial Intelligence and the CE5 initiative, Close Encounters of the Fifth Kind initiative, is to create a cadre, a core of people who are going to make contact within this philosophical underpinning of universal peace. And if there was a civilization, I don't know that there is, but let's say there were some civilizations that were, if not overtly hostile, didn't much like humans right now, which I think would be excused for doing so. I mean, visit this planet, look through their eyes and look what's going on. I mean, but those civilizations need to have the best of humanity, show the best of the best people, show the face of humanity that's peaceful and that's enlightened and that is looking forward in a progressive way. That's what they're looking for. And so that act in and of itself is very healing. So even if you were to believe what has been put out there in this Manichaean good and bad alien universe of ufology and New Age claptrap, then you would still want to be, if you're a sincere ambassador to the universe, you would want to transcend that whole discussion and say, we're going to connect with and be an ambassador to all civilizations for the purpose of communication, contact, peaceful dialogue, and a relationship in the future that is peaceful. So for once, let humans take the high road here, instead of breaking into warring camps of this one versus that one, this sort of duality that we like to break into. Now that's very hard for humans to do, because we have thousands of years of our history of breaking into camps of, Irish Catholic versus Irish Protestant, or Sunni versus Shia, or white versus black, or gay versus straight. By the way, happy Pride. It's Pride weekend in Toronto. Or male versus female, the misogyny. Or this ethnic group versus the Hoodoos versus the Tutsis. Or whatever. We have this ingrained in our cultural experience to such an extent that we will find any triviality to organize ourselves into warring camps and kill each other. And there's thousands of years of kind of behavior that we have to overcome right now. Not only to live together on Earth peacefully and not blow it up, but to go into space peacefully. And that's what we're talking about. We're talking about the next step. So to get to that next step, you have to get to this understanding of what are the roots. So if you look at how different someone from Japan versus, say, southern Italy may be, or the Congo versus New York City, imagine the diversity that there is out in the cosmos. It's millions of orders of magnitude greater. So what's the point of commonality? Being sentient, conscious, awake. Not what you're aware of, but consciousness itself. And this is why the science of consciousness is the main thing we need to master today and understand, and why it is the science of the next millennium. All the other sciences have already been developed in black projects. Free energy, anti-gravity, materialization, dematerialization, interface with consciousness and technology and all that stuff. Those exist in human black projects, covert projects, I know that. So it's all, that's here. The fact it's not being used, but it's here. The big frontier is in the development of higher states of consciousness, the science of consciousness, and understanding that on a deep level. And it is that spark of the light of being sentient, the ability to be awake. It's very simple. People make this way too hard. So you can do a little Zen reduction here, where look, you see the room, you're having your thoughts, you have your body, you're hearing my voice. Take all of that away, and for a moment just shift and be aware of the consciousness, the pure consciousness, the quiet mind that is watching and listening, and all of this is playing on the screen of this sort of blank screen of quiet mind. See, that's all it is. That's what samadhi is. It's the experience of that pure state of consciousness. Now, when you look into the eye of the person, look at the person next to you, just look in their eyes for a moment. I don't have anyone next to me, I'll look at you. See, and he's awake, and I'm awake. We're different people. We have different egos, different bodies, different backgrounds. But the consciousness whereby he's awake and perceiving me, and the consciousness whereby I'm awake and perceiving him, that is a singularity. That is a singularity. And that's been proven in physics. So the total number of minds in the universe is one. And this is Erwin Schrödinger, the father of particle wave theory, modern quantum mechanics, in 1908. And it has been proven that mind stuff, consciousness, is a singularity. And it's the singularity of the light of consciousness which is the foundation of our relationship with these other civilizations. Because their evolutionary path will be mostly different, not totally. Some are first cousins to humans. We can get into that if you wish. But some have no relationship, bioevolutionary. Their fund of knowledge, their life experience, their emotional nature, their IQs. I'm going to show you the picture of a Andromedan ambassador from the Andromeda galaxy, 2.5 million light years from here. And when I asked him what his IQ was, and he communicated telepathically and through an electronic system, and I said it's around 450, and he confirmed it was, which means I'm like half of a Down syndrome child. So, and I have a healthy respect for my intellect, but I understand that on the pecking order, you know, I'm a moron. So you have to laugh at yourself, you know, you realize, oh. But with that said, the consciousness that humans have, the light of awareness, the spirit, that is in equal measure within all things. And our ability to experience that state of enlightenment and non-locality of mind, where you experience consciousness as an omnipresent field, that is the second operative requirement. So the first is this philosophy of non-prejudice, accepting all beings, transcending fear. But this other pillar, which is really primary, is the understanding of conscious mind, and how that every single person is awake, and that the awakeness, the essence of awareness within each person, when it's quiet, and when you quiet your mind and yourself and your ego and your emotions and your body down to quiet, and you just experience pure mind, that is universal. So when you look into the eyes of an ET, you're connecting to that level. It's a deeply spiritual, not religious, but deeply. I always say there's an inverse relationship between religiosity and spirituality, usually. Greer's theorem. But, the people who are most pious and make a big show of it are the least spiritual people you'll ever meet. Meanwhile, they're, boffing the choir boy behind the altar. But spirituality, so sorry if I offended any Catholics, but oops, I'll get a call from the Vatican tomorrow. But my point is, you have got to be able to connect to that level of conscious, quiet mind. And from there, do these protocols, this technique that we'll be teaching. But you first have to understand it and know that this is nothing weird or foreign or like you have to lay on a bed of nails for 40 years or something. You're awake now, those of you who haven't fallen asleep yet. And if you're awake, I'll go take a stick and hit you like a Zen master. Boink! No, I won't do it. I've threatened to before at our small trainings, but people on my team are laughing. They go, "Yeah, he will too." But that's not something foreign. That's something that is innate to being a human being, is the ability to be conscious and aware. So if you think about it, every moment of your existence, even in dream time, if you practice lucid dreaming, we're going to talk about this, you can practice being aware of the aware state. And it's amazing how quickly, in 6 months to a year, you can evolve a lifetime once you actually refocus yourself on this. Now, there are techniques that facilitate it. There are breathing techniques, there are meditation techniques, and there are thousands of those. And I tell people, I'm not a chauvinist about it. I was trained in a Vedanta and the Vedic Sanskrit meditation with mantras. But before that, I was kind of doing my own thing. And then I've studied Zen, breathing techniques, and various other types. And I had a friend who was a medical doctor, and she got into that state by playing the harp. She literally would go into this conscious state of expanded mind and unbounded transcendence by just playing the harp. And she would have this experience, and that was how she transcended on those notes into the unbounded. So there are many things, chanting, drumming, there are a lot of things. But the idea here is that once you set up a practice and you do it with discipline, you'll have breakthroughs that will be very fast if you give yourself to it. And if you understand what you're doing. I love, the George Santayana, who said, fanaticism consists of redoubling your effort when you've forgotten your goal. How true. Does this not pretty much describe most spiritual traditions and religions on earth? So, fanaticism is redoubling your effort when you've forgotten what the purpose of it was. So don't just do something as sort of a catechism or something that's a rote thing. Be mindful and think about, what am I doing? Well, I'm sitting because I want to become quiet, because I want to be in touch with the conscious intelligence, the quiet aspect myself that is omnipresent. This one mind that is the source of the mind whereby we ourselves are awake. And this is the foundation of the CE5 protocols. It is also how you most accurately can remote view distant places and times, which we'll get into today, and also how you can then manifest contact with these interstellar civilizations. Because guess what? They ain't using. Steve Jobs, you must know this now, you're on the other side. They ain't using this thing. All right? This is 1844. This is telegraph. This is radio waves. This is rubbish. Say 160, 170 years of rubbish. Rubbish, rubbish, rubbish. They have electronics that interface seamlessly with consciousness and thought. Everyone in the intelligence community knows this, and when I started talking about this, I had people pull me aside and say, how do you know this? Like it was some deep, dark secret. I said, well, it's obvious. Think about it. How are you going to communicate across the vastness of interstellar distances? With that thing? Not. So it was an interesting little anecdote of when I was briefing the director of the CIA back in '93. And, you know, the CIA director was sort of a functionary and a lawyer and very left brain, but his wife was the head of the National Academy of Science, or the chief operating officer. And she asked me at one point during dinner, it was about a 3-hour get-together, and she said, how are they communicating across these vast distances? And I could see where her mind was going. But I was almost afraid to tell her the truth, because I thought if I tell her the truth, I'll lose all credibility as a scientist. But if I tell her a falsehood, then that's not right to do. So very quickly, I did this calculus in my head, and I said, well, she asked the question, I'm going to assume she's ready for the answer. So I said, well, let's think about this. The Milky Way galaxy is 100,000 light years across. All right, has 100 billion stars. Let's say that you're just 1% of the way across the Milky Way galaxy, which is 1,000 light years. Now, 1,000 light years isn't a measure of time, it's distance. It's how far light, at the speed of light, 186,000 miles per second, travels in a year. So every second, 186,000 miles for a year. That's 1 light year. So 1,000 light years would be 1,000 times that. And that's 1% of the way through our own little galaxy, the Milky Way, where that has about 100 billion suns or stars like our sun. So at the speed of light, if you were from a star system 1,000 light years away, and you were using that phone or a radio signal or the SETI project's radio telescopes, and you spend billions on this nonsense, it would take 1,000 years to get a signal to that planet, and 1,000 years for them to say, oh, I got your signal, how are you today? So the time since the birth of Christ for 2,000 years would have happened just to say, hey, how are you doing? Fine, what's going on, bro? You know? That just took 2,000 years at the speed of light. Therefore, that paradigm is non-functional. It is not what's operating with interstellar civilizations. As I said yesterday, all interstellar civilizations are also transdimensional. And one of the dimensions that they are passing through and are utilizing is the conscious thought realm. And that is a dimension. So we have to begin to look at the science behind interstellar communication and contact in a way that gets out of the 20th century and early 21st century box of materialism and reductionism and what have you. Because it's not going to let us answer even the most elementary questions of how are they getting here? How are they communicating? How do they appear in our atmosphere? How do they disappear in our atmosphere? How do they communicate? For that, you've got to understand what we're going to talk about today, which is this deep understanding of the science of consciousness and the associated interdimensional technologies that are interfacing with those dimensions. So for example, instead of having this interfacing with radio waves or microwaves, it's interfacing with directed thought or your bioelectric field, magnifying your conscious field. And that's why there are reports, and the ETs will be at the console, touching and thinking, and with their thought, they'll guide the craft here and here. Actually, Travis Walton had that experience when he was taken onto the larger ship. Right? What is that? Well, it's not something that Boeing is putting on their Dreamliner. All right? So to all the scientists and engineers in here, it's fine, I came through a classical training in science and medicine, but you have to then add to that a very broad and deep understanding of interdimensional, transdimensional sciences, and the science of consciousness. So that's really a key element. But always return to the simplicity of it. Become aware, like you can sometimes feel someone looking at you, right? When you're looking the wrong, like my dog, I'll be staring at my dog from the house, and she'll be way out in the meadow. We live on 65 acres. And she'll feel it and turn and look right at me in the eye, right? People do too. So you can feel, we have intuitive abilities and conscious abilities that are not limited to our 5 material senses. So we want to awaken those when we're doing close encounters of the 5th kind protocols, because those are the ones that are most operative. Those are the central OS, operating system, of the extraterrestrial civilizations. Is any of this making sense, or is it too abstract? All right, I'm trying to make it, anchor it down here, because everyone's at a different place in understanding. So, when we're doing our meditation, we're not just doing meditation there's actually several phases to this. What most people end with where we begin. So the starting point for the CE5 protocols is after we've gone into a meditative state and are in an expanded state of awareness and in connected to that unbounded aspect of awareness, non-locality. Then we begin to expand the awareness in remote view, the space around us, outer space, other galaxies, other star systems. And if we connect, or feel a connection, or see, or image, or intuitively sense, or even feel an ET craft, civilization, or person, then we do what's called the coherent thought sequencing, where we then show them our location. So you turn the remote viewing program, we're actually going to do this today. Where you then show them your location from their location, optimally connecting with their consciousness and through their eyes and through their instruments, and you guide them straight in and vector them in right to your location, right here in Toronto, or wherever you're from, like you would vector a jet into Toronto Airport, God help us all. So that, I flew here on Air Congo. Oh no, I think it was Air Canada. Oh, I'm so sorry. It took 12 hours to do an 1 hour and 20-minute flight. Anyway, don't ask me. Friday was a nightmare. So, anybody have a private jet or at least a UFO? Got to talk to some of my guys in the black projects. Give me one of them. All right, but I need one bad. I'm so burned out on traveling. So that concept of being able to first go into deep quiet consciousness and be centered and calm, and then when you're in that state, then allow your mind to expand and sense what the 5 senses can't see or hear. Connect to it, and then through very coherent laser-like thought, guide them into your location. That's the core of the protocols, of the techniques. Now, saying it and doing it, very different things, but it's fun to experiment with it and form, you can form a team with 3, 4, 5 people. You don't need, 150, and go out into the stars and do this. And it's amazing the things that you will see and experience if you're ready. Careful what you ask for, you may get it. So, but be ready, because they work. They do work. Thousands of people are doing this. Thousands of people had CE5 experiences. And it's really exciting. My objective for the last 20 years is to have enough people who deeply understand this and can practice this on their own, that I could drop dead and it wouldn't matter, that it'd be out there. Same thing I want to do with the free energy technologies. It's dispersed. So at this point it is dispersed, because there are thousands and thousands of people that have been trained to do this. I take people on these week-long expeditions. We just got back from one. We'll show you some of the images. It's great, this one. We're sitting there and doing our meditation, and then we see this flash, just a quick flash, almost like a ball lightning in the circle, just outside the circle. And David Marconi, who did Enemy of the State, that movie, he was there, and he had a camera, a great camera, and the lens was open, and between Robbie and the man next to him who had his hearing loss healed that trip is this ET that pops in, and you can see him in the photograph leaning in from his dimensional bubble into the circle in the photograph. This just happened. All right, I mean, cool stuff. So, and it's real. So that's what we're talking about. So now you imagine millions of people getting this, understanding it, practicing it, and all this starts happening. And there's another whole art to being able to do the photography and videography on site, because it's like filming a 777 landing at the airport here. And now that's the next part of it, is understanding. Okay, so that's just a brief description of the protocol. We're going to actually do it later. Then there's the question of, how do these civilizations appear and disappear? Interesting. How many people were in the audience yesterday when I told the story of the Lockheed Skunk Works guy who did the astral projection and slammed into the craft? Most of you. Hilarious story. And then popped inside, and the ETs looked at him like, my God, why don't you watch where you're going? And it was like, you buffoon. But they were rather supercilious about it. I think they were not amused at this uncontrolled launch that he did, but clumsily leaving his astral body, as a physical body, and slamming into their craft. But when an ET craft is going beyond the crossing point of light, what does that mean? The light barrier, beyond the speed of light. It doesn't just like you're going down a runway and you're on a jet, you're going 10 miles an hour and then 100 and then 200 or whatever, and you have rotate and you tilt and you take off. Okay, no, that's not what it does. They could be fully present in this room, and the only thing you would see would be an orb. Now, it could fold into space-time and be a 2,000-foot diameter triangle. We're going to get into this, and this is going to be the most mind-blowing discussion, because what you're going to realize is space, there's a plasticity, a stretchability to space and time. And when you are enfolded within space-time in another dimension, you can move from one point in space and one point in time to another, almost instantly. Because you're not doing it in straight line, and you're not going through a wormhole either. Your spacecraft and everyone on board is resonantly shifting through electronics into this higher frequency that's beyond the speed of light, that's in the realm of scalar but beyond, that interestingly closely approximates the experience of a lucid astral projection or a lucid dream state. It's that kind of substance. And then it can go from that to being 3D materialized. So I remember one time we were at Mount Shasta in California, and we had these, we were up at our house late at night having conviviality and bebidas. And it was about 3 in the morning, 3:30, and we were out on the deck. And we were just there, and maybe 50 yards away, a craft fully materialized, but instead of it being a disc like this, it was on vertical. And it appeared and went and dematerialized in the meadow right off the deck. We all saw it. We were whooping and hollering, oh, they're here again, and of course we woke up the neighborhood and got evicted from the house from next year. But anyway, because it was 3 in the morning. I never go to bed before 3 or 4. And it was so amazing because it demonstrated to everyone staying at the house with me that it was there all the time listening to our conversation. It chose to unveil itself, as it were, by shifting a little bit into this dimension and then materializing and then moving across the field and then dematerializing. It was huge too, by the way. It was not like a little thing. It was the whole thing. Bing, boom, boom. So when you're out making contact, you may or may not have a craft that materializes in 3D. It may appear as an orb that appears. It may appear as an energy field that looks like a heat disturbance in the desert that's the shape of a craft. For example, when Colonel Corso at White Sands, where the atomic weapons were first being tested in 1956, and I read these in his personal notes at his home, he had an encounter where during broad daylight a craft was picked up on radar, came in and landed out on the range in New Mexico. And he goes out there in his Jeep, and he's, a young brash officer in the Air Force, and the craft is there, fully materialized, solid, sun shining off of it, seamless. And then it dematerializes, and all that's there is what looks like a heat wave disturbance in the air, within the shape of the craft. And then it phases in, ding, and it's back in this dimension. And then ding, disappears. And it does it several times, showing him what they can do. And then it stays in this dimension, and ET emerges out of it and says to him, and he says, "Who goes there, friend or foe?" They're going, dude, it's like so lame. But anyway, so, and the ET says, "Neither." To you, but the ET was there wanting them to stand down their radar systems that were scalar weapons that were interfering with the ETs and had resulted in several crashes. And so Corso said, and this was all taking place through a little box that was on the ET that was a thought-actuated technology that was electronics. And so telepathic, but not really, it was electronic. And the ET, Corso said, "Well, what's in it for me?" And he admitted, very brash and kind of egotistically. And the ET said, "A new world, if you can take it." Great title for a book, "A New World, if you can take it." Well, that was 61 years ago. I think it's time we take it. It's time for a new world. Not a new world order, but a new planet. All right? So that's what you need to begin to wrap your mind. How do these ET craft manifest? Well, you want to hear more weirdness? So one time we were at Mount Shasta, and I'll play this for you, but we're sitting in circle, we're doing the meditation, we've done the remote viewing, and we're there after the vector, where we've invited them. Suddenly, there's this tone that comes out of thin air, like an electronic crystalline tone, beautiful, that materializes in the air. And it goes from one side of outside the circle to the other. And everyone with their eyes shut, what they see in their mind, the tone materializes in their imagery in their mind, a spherical, pearlescent, almost gunmetal gray, but pearly looking sphere that goes bloop, 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 right across the circle and back to Mount Shasta. Everyone saw it. Everyone had this experience. They heard it, but the sound manifested the form mentally. Now, with a little more of a click, little frequency click, the whole thing would have been solid in this dimension, but we had a lot of military surveillance on site. So it stayed in that dimension. Is this getting too weird? No. We ain't even started yet, honey. Let me tell you. So I'll show you weird. Now, so the high strangeness that Dr. J. Allen Hynek talks about associated with the ET and UFO phenomenon is because it's only strange because we don't understand it. And let's be honest, if you to take your iPhone or this video screen and show Thomas Jefferson this, you probably burned at the stake as a witch. It would be sorcery. It'd be magic. And as Arthur C. Clarke said, any civilization sufficiently advanced to get here, all their technologies and the manifestations of it would look like magic to us. And so, as I began to explain all this to the CIA director and his wife, and the CIA director, I lost him. But the wife, and when I describe that, really what they're doing is that they're using these other dimensions, but in a routinized way, where it's routine, to have electronics that go beyond this three-dimensional space, time, to in through other dimensions that interface with consciousness and thought as accurately as we're interfacing with our cell phones, with radio towers, and with each other. And she looked at me and she said, you know, I knew it had to be something like that. Now this is very mainstream science lady, head of the chief operating officer of National Academy of Sciences, the most prestigious scientific group in the world, one of the most. And so that's when I realized, well, you know, I think people are ready to hear this. That we don't need to sort of cover up in the UFO community any longer the truth about transdimensional, interstellar, ET phenomenon. Because if you just are studying the physical phenomenon that we can understand from 20th century and early 21st century human sciences, you're going to miss 99.9% of it. Every time, all the time. So this fund of knowledge, this field of knowledge, let's call it, which is a big field that we're going to harvest here today, that has to be mastered in order for you to go out and understand what's going on around you. Because otherwise, you're sitting there, you're doing these protocols, and all of a sudden, there's an anomalous tone that moves around you, and then, bing, there's a camera running, and in the camera image is an ET there waving at you. We're going to show you an image like this. Or something that looks like an orb. Now, I don't mean the orbs people take photos with flash photography. That's dust particles and insects, 99.9. None of the camera work we do has any light, flash, boom. It's all in pitch black. So that's really how Bijou, the ET that is from Andromeda, appeared a few years ago at Joshua Tree. Is that we were taking a break, and I went out in the East Field in Joshua Tree, and this thing the size of a grapefruit appeared right on my right shoulder, right beside my right shoulder, about a foot from me. And a couple other people saw it. It just blipped in and out very quickly. I went, oh, they're here. And so I said, well, we need to get, and it followed me. It was for a few seconds up the path going back to the group. I said, we need to get the group back together because they're here. And the senior people who've been on many of these understood what that meant. The new people were going, what? No. So we get there, and all of a sudden we get back, and we hear 4 or 5 people, not human, talking right outside our circle. But you can't see anything. And I had, like military grade, you have to do the Homeland Security stuff in the United States to get them, the night vision. Nothing there, but just there's a group of ETs talking right outside the circle. But they were not materialized in the flesh yet. So a member of my team, Raven Nabulsi, has a camera. She puts it on a 3 or 4 second shutter open and asks them to appear in the camera. And one of them does. And you can see there's an orb and a cone of light that illuminates the chairs and with the sleeping bags on it, because it was really cold. We were up very high in November out in Joshua Tree Wilderness. And there's this ET floating outside the circle, waving. He's floating along, smiling. And he has a teleportation thing on his head. You'll see. So the whole thing is so amazing. And it's like, but no one with their naked eye saw anything. We had the orb appear. We heard the voices speaking, not any language anyone knew. Someone took this picture and asked the ET to appear in it. He did. And there it is. Most important picture in the ufology history, actually, because it was a senior ambassador from the Andromeda Galaxy. Of course, no one in ufology knows about it because this stuff is impossible. Well, it is possible. And we're doing it every single day. So that's the kind of experience, how they can evolve. Now, on the other hand, you can go from something that strange to something like we're sitting in a circle at that same spot another year, And we're in this deep meditation, and a craft materializes about 50 feet to the east of the circle, so low that if I had stood on my chair and jumped up, I could have touched the underside of it. And it comes over the south end of the group. There's about 30, 40 people there. And it's making this strange sound. It goes almost like a didgeridoo. And it's exactly like that. And it passes over, no lights on it, totally unilluminated, and passes to the west side of the group and dematerializes in thin air. Now, I wish we had a camera running at that time. We didn't. But it was so close you could have touched it. It was fully materialized. Another time we were there, and there were 4 ETs without their craft. They were teleported there that were physical, I mean in the flesh, and standing by one of the Joshua trees. And we looked, and I thought 4 people from our group had gotten up from their seats to go pee or something. And I looked around, all the seats were there, and there was 4 ETs. And when we drew attention to them, and when people got a little too excited, they just dematerialized. Because they're afraid that a bunch of giant gorilla primates will stampede them and kill them. So, no, this is true. So part of the protocol is stay calm, don't do anything sudden, because they've had bad experiences with humans doing things that end up in bodily harm or death. So it's a very serious part of the protocol is to stay where you are, stay centered and calm in that expanded state of consciousness, and let them come as close as it's safe for them to come. Very important part. Don't go rushing towards them. So these sort of experiences, people say, how many times does something like that happen? I said thousands of times. And we never go out for a week where we don't have contact, ever. This thing in Arizona every single night. And then people in the rooms, and it's like, it's amazing. So but it happens in ways that are not like what you're thinking. Because if you read the UFO literature and you're locked into the paradigm of 3D materialism of the 21st century, you're not going to understand it. So this is why I'm trying to share with you the sort of weird ways that these civilizations appear in this dimension from their star system. Now, added to this, and I call this the cosmological indigestion that's going on, is the fact that there are experiences people have with interdimensional beings that aren't extraterrestrial. So there are extraterrestrial biological beings from physical planets with physical star systems and physical spacecraft that can dematerialize, if you will, and go through various dimensions and arrive here that are ET. There are other intelligences that are from other dimensions that are not extraterrestrial, that can sometimes appear in similar phenomena. Does this make sense? And they become conflated. A very obvious example would be poltergeist. Now, I was in the ER once, and the nurses called me a warlock sometimes, because I did all this kind of cool stuff with patients that they knew I was doing. I started a heart once when nothing else would work. Boom. And so I was a trip to work with. But so this man was in trauma room 1 and had, I think he had been stabbed or shot. I can't remember. But anyway, he died, and we couldn't save him. And he had been very drunk, and it was a traumatic death. And so, he was a direct admit to the morgue, as we say, instead of to the floor. And a couple hours later, the ER is completely empty for a moment. And all of a sudden, in trauma room 1, there's this ruckus. And the cabinets open, and he's dead now, but his spirit body starts throwing IV bags out, and he goes and turns on the EKG machine and the IV pump. And the nurses are going, "Is that what you think?" I said, "Yeah, that's what we think it is." So I connected to the most great light, the Great Spirit, and put an energy of peace and love and calm to that guy and send him into the light. And it stopped. And I did that. The nurses saw it. But that was something, now that wasn't an ET phenomenon. It was the residua, the spirit aspect of someone who had died a traumatic death, who was mad as hell, who went in there and tore up the room, was tearing up the room. Now that was witnessed by me and several other nurses. Now we didn't put it in our medical notes. Now a lot of doctors who had strange experiences like that, you're not going to see it in the medical record because you don't want to lose your license. But it happens. So that was a human who had dropped the body and was in another dimension, the dimension of the spirit world, but was still connected enough to this one and was angry enough that it could do things and interface with this dimension. So those experiences have all gotten conflated as alien. So what I'm saying is we need a proper differential diagnosis. So in medicine, it's like if you only have one thing you know about that could be chest pain, a heart attack, you're going to miss pleurisy, a dissecting thoracic aneurysm, a pulmonary embolus, 115 other things. So an unskilled physician is going to miss 114 of the 115 things, so he doesn't know about it. So we need to be skilled physicians. We need to have an adequate operating fund of knowledge to know the difference between, is that ET? Is it some being from another dimension, not ET? Is it one of our ancient ancestors, Native American or something, on site? Because you're doing these shamanic, deep conscious meditations. Is it something from a covert program, a program life form, or a man-made UFO, or some electronic weapon system that's doing something? What is it? And if you don't know that there's all these other possibilities, you're not going to know what it is, because you're not going to even ask the question. You're going to assume it's something that it's not. So this is the virtuoso level, like a violinist at an orchestra. This is the virtuoso level of, this is not a Skywatch thing. You go, oh, look at the sky. No, this is the virtuoso level of understanding ourselves, our world, other dimensions, other realities, and the ET reality. So the ET reality is this. They are, if they're interstellar, meaning they're able to go from their world to ours, they are by definition trans-dimensional or interdimensional. But when they're in that form, it means that they could appear in ways that could be conflated with or confused with an interdimensional phenomenon or a poltergeist phenomenon. And you need to know the distinctions. And this makes people very uncomfortable because it gets into so much weird stuff all at once. But it's the high strangeness is where the real lessons are. But the discernment is so necessary. Just like we need to also have discernment. I remember when I was at Stan Romanek's house, and Ricky and I were there in Denver, outside Denver, and there was a MUFON investigator there, and his wife and Stan, and you know, he showed us this videotape, which has been absconded with by in Disney, and which I'd love to show to you because it was so clearly fake. And this recording of someone calling him with a recorded British voice that said, Stan is one of the fake ones. It's one of the fake ones. He said, what does this mean? I said, it was what I've been talking about for 25 years. He said, what do you mean? I said, most of these things that are invading people's homes and doing this scary stuff are manufactured by the intelligence community. They're programmed life forms, and they're man-made aliens. They look like an alien, but it was walking kind of like this. Remember, Ricky? The way it moved? Absolutely amazing. And immediately I said, well, that's one of the man-made ones. Now, all along the UFO subculture, an alien was in his house. He was on Larry King and some of the other talk shows and showed this boo, this alien that popped up in the window, very scary, and popped down. Boop. That's from the IC, intelligence community. So if you don't understand this, you might as well go home. because that's the dominant phenomenon being foisted into literature and on the internet and through Gaia TV and what have you that you're going to see. Now, this offends a lot of people, and I don't give a damn. And here's why. Because I'm not here to be mayor of Crazy Town. I don't care how popular what I'm saying is. I'm here to tell you the truth, and I am telling you the truth. And so if you aren't aware of that as a possibility, and this then adds another whole part of this. What are the capabilities of the IC? If you don't know what those capabilities are, you're going to be deceived. They do have anti-gravity craft, and those have been used, as Doty admitted, in false flag operations and in staging abductions and home invasions. They do have these creatures that look like grays or reptilian or this and that are also made in the intelligence community, and those have been used. In the earlier days, as he said, they would take people with certain deformities and do really good makeup, or people who were very short stature, and have them invade people's homes. I personally met a man who was on a special team doing abductions. I think it was back in the 60s or 70s, and he was so small, and they used him, and they would make him up to look very ET on board an anti-gravity craft made by Lockheed Skunk Works and EG&G, and they would then do various abductions. And he admitted to being on these abduction squads decades ago. So this is no news here, except it's been covered up by the UFO community. And no one wants to admit that this would be possible, because the truth is much stranger than the fiction that you've been taught. So you have to know that possibility exists. Because if you're out there doing this and you start having an actual ET event, the intelligence community, if they pick up on it, may superimpose a fake event, a decoy to confuse you. So if you don't know, if you don't have a differential diagnosis just, in a symptom complex, all the different things that could be, all right? So if you don't have that in your fund of knowledge as a possibility, you're going to be tricked every time, every single time. I don't care how many years you've been doing MUFON investigations. I don't care how many years you've been an experiencer. If you don't know that this is a possibility, you're not going to know, is it real? Is it Memorex? Is it a fake one? And I loved it. It literally was saying to him, warning, Stan, it's one of the fake ones. It's one of the fake ones. And I think what had happened, he may have had some experiences with actual ETs, and then they come in and piggyback the fake ones on to confuse his experience. So you have to be aware of this. Now, this was played on me also in 1994 after I was briefing the Prince Hans Adam von Liechtenstein, who was funding the abduction and mutilation groups in the United States and around the world, the Crown Prince of Liechtenstein. And it was interesting because he had asked me, would I meet with him, and I called him at his castle, and I was so surprised because the butler, whoever, immediately put the prince on. They don't have a king there, it's a crown prince. And Prince Hans Adam and I talk, and he says, I don't want to talk about this on the phone, but let's meet. And I couldn't get over there, and it took a few months, but in July of 1994, he was in New York, and I went up there with one of my daughters, because back in those days, they were little, and I would take them dates with Daddy. So I said, her name translates to princess, and mine, Stephen, is prince-like, and so we were going to meet the prince, and we thought that'd be funny. So we go up and meet with him at the Pierre Four Seasons there at Fifth Avenue by Central Park. And we're there, and he starts telling me these things about how when Paris de Cuellar was abducted out of his limousine, the UN Secretary General, in 1989, and he didn't know that was a military, paramilitary, human abduction. And the reason he wanted to meet with me was to tell me that my efforts at disclosure would not be allowed because the ETs wouldn't allow it. Because at the time that abduction happened in the fall of '89, Paris de Cuellar and Papa Bush and Gorbachev were planning to do a big announcement that we're not alone. And according to him, and he was on the committee discussing this, Paris de Cuellar, this was in Bud Hopkins, one of his books, he didn't name him, but I know it's Paris de Cuellar, was abducted at a Midtown Manhattan at 3 in the morning. Well, what they didn't know, which my intelligence sources, which are amazing, knew, is that the guy who was in his security detail was the son of the red-headed sergeant that threatened to kill everyone at Roswell. Remember the one that said you won't find the bones scattered in the desert? So he was in the system, the Majority Intelligence Committee. And he was there setting up the on-site electronics for an abduction that was human of the Secretary General. And when they got the Secretary General on this ET craft that was not ET, he was told, if you don't stop what you're doing with this plan to disclose our presence, we will abduct every world leader involved, including the President of the United States. And Prince Hans-Adam von Liechtenstein told me that this blew up like an atomic bomb in the Bush White House, and they pulled the plug on everything. Now this sounds like science fiction. It actually happened. Now he didn't know that that was an alien craft with an alien and not an ET. See, alien to me means fake. I use the word alien to connote the programmed life forms and the man-made UFOs because it's such a xenophobic word. I hate the word alien. But it wasn't ET, it wasn't extraterrestrial, it wasn't interstellar. It was man-made, posing, and it stopped the whole process. That was in November of '89. Interestingly, in January of 1990 is when I was visited in my house by an ET who asked me to start this project. So I always tell people I was sort of like the last stop on the F train, because this got hijacked by people who couldn't figure out they were being played. So you say, how could this happen? Isn't someone like Bush read into these? No, he's a mid-level apparatchik, like Senator John Warner, a mid-level functionary. At the deepest levels are these other groups that have these technologies simulating ET contact that are alien events, simulating program life forms, simulating this. And they're very, very good. Now, those have been fully operational for 50, 60 years. 1954, October, is when we mastered gravity control. That was almost 63 years ago. So you have to begin to realize that trillions of dollars and a deliberate agenda to deceive, to penetrate the UFO subculture with counterintelligence, disinformation, and with an agenda to establish the foundations, not of universal peace, but of interplanetary war. That's what's been driving 60, 70 years of the covert agenda. And we have all been victims of this. And I was in my early days till I figured this out. But by 1994, I figured this out because one of the things they learned not to do with me is to play that game. So that night, after Prince Hans-Adam, he and I had a sort of, not a debate, but a discussion about this. And I said, well, I don't think it's quite what you think it is. And it turns out that his brother had been abducted out of the castle by a fake alien staged abduction event, which caused him to hate the ETs. And he said, the reason I'm funding Bud Hopkins and John Mack and all the abduction groups and the mutilation research and all the things to get that out is that we want enough people to hate the aliens so that we can justify an interplanetary war which would precipitate the return of Christ. Now, I'm quoting. And he's Opus Dei, the far right-wing group at the Vatican. And listen to this. And he said, the Pope, John Paul, would go to his castle and do masses and everything. And he told me that this is how we can create such chaos in the world that would force Christ to return. Or if you're Orthodox Jew, a Messiah or what have you. So that's part of the secret agenda. As bizarre and batshit crazy as it sounds, it's what's operational. That's what's operating. This is why they don't care if the environment goes kaput, because if things get bad enough and 5 billion people die, Christ will have to descend on a flying saucer. No, this is the thinking amongst the eschatologists. Eschatology is the study of how the earth will end. So amongst the eschatological lunatic fringe of the covert world, this is what you're dealing with. Except it gets worse, but I don't want to scare you off totally. But no, this is having scratched the surface. So this experience, now guess what happens that night? Oh, he did have a bit of insight at one point where he said, you know, of course he has a private jet. He says, I go all over the world where there's a wave of UFO sightings, and they appear before I'm there, and they appear after I leave, but they're never there when I'm there. He says, I wonder if it's my attitude. And I said, well, I think you hit the nail on the head, Your Highness. I think you just hit the nail on the head right there. And there was a moment of insight. There was a moment of insight on his part. But anyway, he didn't convince me of this chicanery, and he was trying to kind of turn me to the dark side. I hate to sound Star Wars-like. It doesn't work because I'm too clever to I've had enough experience to know real versus Memorex. However, that night, I was targeted in my bedroom. So I was at the St. Moritz Hotel on Central Park South, and my daughter was in another part of the room, and I was there, and there was a window. And I was awakened in the wee hours, and there was a directional energy beam coming in, and it was projecting the most evil, terrifying energy and threatening I've ever experienced. And they were trying to abduct me. And I knew it was man-made, and I knew it was classified projects, and I knew it was an electronic warfare system, which they can do. They can do all this through electronics. And it was terrifying. And so what I did, I sort of called on the power of God, actually, and prayed, and then I meditated and transcended, and it stopped. Because guess what? If you, the drop, become the ocean, they can't seize the ocean. They can only get the drop. Got it? You want to know how to stop these things? Transcend. Let the drop become the ocean. When you become the ocean, they can't access that. They can access your ego, your individuality, what have you. But if you just, it's like the Zen saying, yield and overcome. It's like Aikido, yield and overcome. And so I did that, and it stopped. But then I'd come back into waking state, and they'd hit me again, and again, and again, and again. It was horrible. So I know what they're capable of. This is not theoretical. And I only describe it not to scare the bejesus out of people, but just to give you an idea of how far they will go to deceive. Because they were wanting me, they thought that little trick would make me become a fear-mongering, alien-hating, abductionist, running around like a chicken with my head cut off. And all it did is tip their hand to how they operate. Now, it was a painful experience for me to figure out how they operate, but I learned. So what I did was track back to source. Remember that phrase, track back to source. So something like that happens if you're in a state of remote view capability. You meditate, go in, you track back to source, and I could see who was doing it, where, and what the technology was. Zap. Coming out of an UGB near Provo, Utah, Dugway. Psychotronic, radionic, electronic warfare system. So it didn't fool me at all. But I'd say 99.99999% of the population would have been fooled, would have been terrified, would have been convinced it was alien, and on and on and on. Now, I am the most hated person in the UFO space for talking about this, because everyone has a belief system. We're all addicted to having a new category of people to hate. It's not politically correct anymore to hate gay people or black people or this ethnic group or that ethnic group, but it's politically correct to hate aliens. This is the last card they have to play. And this is what they are. They played everyone like a fiddle. Okay, and that's what we have to resist. We have to resist this darkness, and we have to embrace the truth. And the truth will set you free, but first it'll piss you off. Who was the feminist that said that? Gloria Steinem. And I think this is what we're wanting to go to. We're wanting to clear the air on this before we get to these deeper understandings. Now, the other part of it is on the other side, and this is now 27 years of us going out under the stars, making contact, and having all these kinds of experiences. We've never been harmed. We've never been threatened. It's been nothing but beautiful. People have literally been healed, like this man on this last event a couple weeks ago had years of hearing loss, and he was completely healed by a contact event that happened in Oracle, Arizona, when we were there a few weeks ago. We have had the most beautiful experiences with the actual ETs, and they are just, it's like something out of a movie, and it's beautiful. And yet I find so many people when I do presentations go, aren't you afraid that the bad ones will come and get you? I'm going, you know, it's like doing, haven't listened to a word. But no, and I'm not. But I think that this is why let's take the collective experience of 27 years of thousands of people going out under the stars, none of whom have been harmed, as opposed to what I've described to you, which is absolutely true, that the intelligence community has the capability of doing, which is very harmful and terrifying. So let's just get clarity on that and just put that aside, so that when we go out under the stars to make contact with actual ETs, we're in a state of peace and in a state of calmness and beyond fear. And part of it is intellectual and having this understanding and clearing the air. Part of it is the experience of that state of transcendence where a little of this eliminates all fear, where we can transcend our own fears, which all humans have when you're encountering something strange. And I've had many people come on these expeditions that I lead for that are week-long expeditions. We'll probably do another one or two this year. I don't know where. And they'll say, well, I'm really afraid to have an encounter with one by myself, or if it's too close. I said, well, they'll find a way to do it so it's not frightening. But they will make contact to the level that you are ready, and they're not going to be invasive. I'll give you one example. We were at Borrega Springs outside Palm Springs in a really dark area, and there were a group there. And there's two people who came who were a married couple. One was a fireman in New York City, and the other a police officer. Saw the earth. Wonderful people. Not, you know, they weren't crystal waving, new age, shamanic, doing ayahuasca. They were like police officers, you know, and firemen, and, you know, just saw the earth. But they were interested in this, and they had had a sighting. And so they came, and they were very pure-hearted. So they went out the first night, sort of introductory. I told them, and then at the very end, I always say, as you're going to sleep, use the CSETI contact protocols as you're going into sleep to ask the ETs to come, if you're ready, into dream time and also into your room if you're ready for them to manifest in your room. And they, very pure-heartedly and innocently and faithfully, did that. And they wake up in the middle of the night, and there are two ETs in the room at the base of their bed materialized, and for about 2 hours they sit there and telepathically have this discourse and conversation. Yeah. So, you know, that is beautiful. And I mean, this was not then dream. They actually woke up, and they could hear this humming. The craft was partially materialized outside where they were staying, out in the desert. So this is the sort of thing that happens, but they did it because they were so innocent and pure-hearted. They didn't have fear. Well, you know, it's like an ER doc. You know, if you're a cop in New York, you're afraid of what? You want to be afraid of something? Come see what goes on in the ER on Saturday night. So, you know, take a look around Syria or anywhere. So I think that we have this ability to pull all this stuff that we've been exposed to, that is the counterintelligence disinformation nexus that is designed not only to shut people down because of fear, but make them not go out and make contact. Because if you really believed there was this harmfulness out there, you're not going to go out in the middle of the wilderness with 2 or 3 people and ask them to make contact with you, would you? It stops humans being empowered to be ambassadors to them and to make contact, bypassing, guess what, the military-industrial complex and the intelligence community. So this is why the Ultimate Disclosure Act, all of you can do. You may not be able to control what your Prime Minister Trudeau does or what Trump does or whoever, but you have control over this, and you can do this. But you have to get out of your own way. It's like the meditation techniques and the siddhis, that what are called SIDDHIS, the Vedic powers and abilities. There's a wonderful story of a master wanting to teach his students how to levitate and walk across a body of water. And there was this one that was perseverating, intellectualizing, fear that he would drown because he didn't know how to swim. And the master turned to him and said, "Leave thyself behind and then walk upon the water." So you kind of have to go beyond yourself into this greater aspect of yourself. And it is in a sense, a really shamanic journey to be an ambassador to these civilizations and to experience that state of consciousness. Does that make sense, folks? Yeah? Okay. And that's that. Once you accept that and then you begin to practice it, it becomes so easy. It's one of the easiest things to do, and people make it much harder than it should be. So what I tell people is try to do it in a way that is really in flow consciousness. So where you're doing your meditation, you're going to do the expansion of awareness. You then do this protocol, which we're going to do before we leave this afternoon. And you're doing it in a state of effortlessness with an affirmation that you can do it. Most people do not achieve the state of consciousness that is latent within them. Let's just say it's a latent state, the state of higher consciousness and unbounded mind, non-locality of awareness. Because they are telling themselves, I'm not Ingo Swann, who I knew personally. But it doesn't matter. You can have the capabilities Ingo Swann and more within 6 months if you believe you can. Now, if you tell yourself you can't, you won't. Because, the old saying, as ye have faith, so shall your powers and blessings be. If you believe you do not have the ability, you're not. And even as a doctor, if I were to believe I cannot get this chest tube in, and I'm there, I would keep glitching because I'm telling myself it's this negative feedback. So you have to let yourself have the ability and affirm to yourself that your birthright as a human being is that you're conscious, you're sentient. You have all the spiritual capabilities of anyone in the cosmos, or the most enlightened person that's ever walked the earth. And that is within every single human being. Whether it's developed or not has to do with whether one puts any attention to it, all right, and also believes it's possible. And also then is a disciplined person to practice it. It's sort of like, I have my workout routine. I bench press 410, leg press 900. Back row 468. I'm sort of a beast. And I like that. It's good therapy for me. I like being an animal. Why not? It's fun. Anyway, but you don't start off back rowing 468 pounds. Maybe you start with 100 or 50 or I don't know. So 5. But what happens is that if you see you can do it, and then you practice and you practice and you do it. You can do it naturally. And the same thing, the corollary to the sort of natural bodybuilding thing for men, women like doing this too, I suppose, but is to understand that mentally, the consciousness muscle, the ability to be awake and to experience these various dimensions and to remote view and do telepathy and to see the future, and all of this is all latent within you, but it isn't going to happen by you sitting on your couch looking at boob tube, looking at the television and looking at your smartphone. You have to actually practice it. So, and if you give some practice to it, you'll be astonished at how quickly. Because once you understand that consciousness is omnipresent, then you say, oh, I have an opportunity all over the place, like little synchronicities. For example, you're driving down the highway and you want to know where the highway patrol are so you don't get a ticket. You just sort of remote view where they are and feel them. I haven't gotten a ticket in 30 some years because that's what no, I do. And I sense, I can feel like a dog senses, how dogs, they sense, they know. So I do that when I'm driving. So you learn to do all kinds of fun things. So you can, your phone rings, instead of looking at it, just take a split second and feel, who is it? You see what I'm saying? You begin to practice that muscle, exercise that muscle of intuitive knowing and the conscious mind being non-local. And every single day of your waking life, and dream time as well, there are an infinite number of opportunities to practice this. This is we don't. And Yogananda once said that it's the lack of spiritual adventuresomeness and lassitude, laziness, that makes most people not develop these capabilities, because people just don't give any effort to it. So that is a key thing to understand too. So this is the basic knowledge you have to understand. And then people say, what does this have to do with Close Encounters of the Fifth Kind? It has everything to do with it. All right, because that's really what, if you understand the foundation that consciousness is omnipresent, and there's a practice that can be done as often as you have time to do it, but then in every waking moment you have an opportunity to practice this newfound capability of mind, of intuition, of precognition, of remote viewing, whatever you want to call it. And then you become more and more of a master of your own universe, your own conscious universe. And you begin to realize that this awareness and this ability that's within you is also within every ET and every fellow human. But the interstellar civilizations have developed it to the point that they have, and I'll leave you with this before our break, two things, TAC and CAT, technology-assisted consciousness. So they have technologies that assist their consciousness at remote viewing. Now, in 1956, this was studied, by then they had studied this, and I know the man, he's passed away, but in the 90s I knew him, he was in his 80s, who had developed an electronic system where they could hook up a human and they would facilitate remote viewing instantly. That was the real action, not MK Ultra. It was all electronics, not drugs. But that was a very deep black program. But ETs have that as a routine means of functioning because they're dealing with interstellar distances. Now they also have consciousness-assisted technologies, CAT, and that's going the other direction, where your consciousness interfaces with the technology and activates the technology. So there's a seamless interface between consciousness and thought, and that's energy that the mystics called astral energy, and their technologies, and their communication systems, and their spacecraft. And then remember this, that the actual ET craft, they're seamless, they are conscious, they have AI to the point of being conscious themselves, and they take on the consciousness of the occupants. So when you have an encounter with an actual ET craft, you will feel the consciousness of the occupants even before you see an ET. And they are bio-nano conscious machines. So that when the ones have crashed, they actually, some of the men that got very early to some of the ones that have crashed would actually see it like a time lapse of a wound, the skin trying to heal itself, like this. So they're actually living. So the craft are actually, they're technological, but they're living and they're conscious. Does this make sense? And they're connected to the bioelectric conscious field of the ET occupants. Probably enough till we take a break, huh? I told you we're just going to scratch the surface here. Imagine a week of this. So why don't we take about a 15-minute break for some water, bathroom, and then we'll get back, and then we're going to show some images and practice these protocols. So, okay, thank you. This next section, what we're going to be doing is just going through some of the images from various events over, the last few years, just to give you a flavor. It's not an exhaustive collection. It's a few of the events and what they look like, and I'll describe what is happening. And they're selected to give you different types of experiences. And then we have a stick, a little hard drive that have some of the events that happened at this outing we just did in Arizona. Keep in mind that we're doing this with amateur cameras, amateur camera operators, no funding, and no AV staff. So it's kind of like catch as catch can, to be honest with you. But as it is, we've gotten some great things. Our ideal, if there's somebody who has this in their capability and to do it, would be a high definition 360-degree continuously running system for the 5 hours, 6 hours that we're out under the stars, because these cameras that we're using only get about 10% of the sky. And if an object materializes and then dematerializes very quickly, or ET being in the circle very quickly, and most camera operators are not going to get it. So if anyone has that, it's the one that I know about is about $80,000 a day to rent, which is outside our budget, obviously. So, but you know, you'd have to have non-distorted 360 and continuous operation without electricity, with battery operation in remote areas under complete darkness conditions, et cetera, and so on. So anyway, it's a real tall order. I mean, I deal with professional Hollywood people all the time. They can't do it. Anyway, but we'll start with this one because this is fun. WF-92 is Wichita Falls back in 1992. And I like showing this one because, hello? 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 Is there an operator? Okay. And this one's very manifest. Very unusual. A member of our team, Ron Russell, very famous artist, was doing the protocols, and this object in broad daylight materialized and then dematerialized. Interestingly, some years ago, I got from the French Ministry of Defense intelligence official a drawing of a very similar, almost identical object from the 1960s as this object that appeared, and it was sort of a oh, it went back to the first one. So the next one I want to show people Santa Fe, SF-92. And this is a member of our team in New Mexico and that we had trained, and she felt a craft. Now this is very important. She felt one was there. She remote viewed it. She held the camera up, took a picture, and here is a seamless domed disc traveling. It was traveling about 500 miles an hour. It was determined about 30-foot one by 15 feet. Not very far away. You can see the sun shining correctly off of that side of it. But she didn't see anything with the naked eye. And then subsequently she had contact with the occupants of this craft. So often these will occur, I call it a consciousness interface with your camera technology, where you intuitively are taking a picture because you feel it. Does this make sense? Yeah. Yeah. Because, okay, and then the next one I want to show, just to give you an idea, is JT-01. And this is my assistant Sherry Adamak, after she died, was murdered. We were in Joshua Tree right before the 2001 National Press Club, and the night she passed away, a craft appeared, and an ET was introduced to me that night named Kindness. I call her Kindness, and it's always this cobalt blue. And this is an unretouched digital, and there's this pink wash of light, which was Sherry's spirit, next to this intense cobalt blue orb in broad daylight that was in this. And we had been in a cave right underneath there doing an initiation into meditation and the ancient Vedic knowledge. And when we came out, I could feel that they were there. They weren't fully materialized, and a woman took a picture, and that was there. This SH05 tones, this is what I was describing earlier. Listen as this happens. This is a tone that appeared in the air around us, that everyone saw this pearlescent round image in their mind. It was an old, not digital, but an old tape player that recorded this, just a little bit of it. It actually sounded much more crystalline and electronic when it appeared. And it was in the air and moved over the group, and then everyone in their vision, sort of their astral visual thought, saw this spherical object move across the field and towards Mount Shasta. So those events happen every time we do this. Then let's go to the top right one, Australia. A member of our team her dog was attracted to an area, and she went out there and took this picture. And a craft was right over the edge of the water, and it was going into the water, and the dog ran. There was a golden retriever, went under. You see the sand dunes there. This is in Australia, and very luminous, almost in the ultraviolet range of light. I have some great video footage that an admiral gave me of object that same angular momentum going in and out of Chesapeake Bay from a home movie that they had attracted. Let's see, I'm going to show, let's do OBX9. There's so many great things, but we're not going to have time to do everything.
On the website?
No, I don't know if all of them are. The next one. Yeah. So we were on the Outer Banks of North Carolina, the Barrier Islands, and about 8 years ago, 7, 8 years. And this is very important to watch carefully. There's someone walking with a light. There were, prior to this, a craft we saw that very quickly went into the ocean, materialized and went zap straight into the ocean. Then, over the course of an hour, you're going to start seeing these points of light.
Yeah, sometimes the boat that's way out there might look like that, but it's worth noting.
See the wave crashing?
It's hard to...
So look on the beach in front of where the waves are crashing. You're going to start seeing, it was, with this is a night vision camera.
Just did it again.
There it is.
Yes, it just signaled.
And there's
right
no body and nothing there. There's a teal blue, golden,
this is on the beach.
and
it's
white
very close to where the waves are
objects
breaking.
that were there for an hour. And
That,
there
there
it
it
is.
went. Did you see it?
and it's just coming in and out of this
Right
dimension.
that is.
And eventually, that's my laser pointing where they are. The ET says, "Damn, dude, you just blinded me."
Deep space
And
protection.
after a while of connecting to these, I walked into where this was, and people saw me dematerialize. They couldn't. They could see straight through me. And I had an experience where I went into another dimension with this group of ETs that were there. They were inviting me to leave, and of course I told them I couldn't leave yet. This went on for an hour. Everyone saw it. Now, people are going, well, where's the ship? I said, these points of light that keep emerging, and
Oh my God! Right, oh there twice.
it was in the same spot. No fireflies, and they were different colors. Now, with these night scope cameras, you can't see anything but this monochromatic green. And it was a group of ETs partially materialized with the craft around them and the energy field. And it was on the Outer Banks National Seashore, Cape Hatteras National Seashore.
Has everyone seen this at least once or twice? It's done it about
And
100 times, I think.
so you'll be doing these, and you'll be sitting in circle, and suddenly an object like this comes, and
Right here.
you can connect to their intelligence and begin to communicate with them. Now, the other thing we have are, and you can go to the next one. I don't know why this is pixelating. The next one, oops. And we want to look at the corkscrew. This is fantastic. Get a load of this. We've made contact with this craft. Look how it leaves.
Oh my God!
Look at that thing go. Now this is a light ship. It's not quite solid. Watch it lift up, right in front. Goes straight up. Takes a sharp left turn. Great camera work by this guy. There it is, me pointing out with the laser. See how it's twisting? It's going in and out of this dimension. Almost looks like going through a fluxing in and out of this dimension. And watch it lift off. Straight up. Yeah. It was just sitting there. We were having this contact experience, all kinds of phenomenon. And there it goes. Well, look how it leaves. Look how it twists and vanishes into space. So then, yeah, we want to look at these. They're fantastic. We were on a beach, on a place in Arizona, in Rio Rico, and we were doing a big conference, I guess 200-300 people for the weekend, and we went up on a rooftop sort of terrace, and this object appeared. Those are not stars. It's a very high quality camera on a tripod. And it's a partially materialized tetrahedral shaped object not far above the group. And with contrast you can kind of see, and it's just parts of it that are in this dimension. So remember, it doesn't have to fully materialize. It can be partially in this dimension, or it can be fully, because they can shift. It's like a dimmer switch where you can go partially in, partially out. Oh yeah, let's do this one. Yeah, the next one. So we were at Joshua Tree National Park, geology tour road in the very center of the national park, and we're there. And this, yeah, in level flight. Now the streaking you see you couldn't see that because you saw it with the physical eye. That's the light cells of the night vision camera. Those are the Pleiades, by the way. That cluster right below it, and this, you can see the shape and size of it. It's beautiful. And these are just prelude events. So events will start happening in the sky, and then that's followed by events happening on the ground. And part of what we have are equipment. So we have electronic equipment with us that we have radar detectors, a magnetic field detector, a magnetometer, and a lightning bolt detector that picks up lightning bolts, but it's used in our purpose for electromagnetic discharges from ET craft that are going through, in and out the speed of light, the crossing point of light. And those detectors will be going off while this is happening. Now this next one is the being from Andromeda, and we know this because we asked him, and our detectors were interfacing, and we're in the middle of 800,000 acres of national park, and they will talk back and forth. So there's an orb to the left, the center you see, and it's lighting up the bush. There's no flashlights out there, and you see the chairs have sleep, and there's just in this dimension, someone said, oh, it's like an angel with wings. I said, no, that's the teleportation electronics. And when you turn the contrast up on it a little bit, there he is. And you can see he has kind of night vision goggles on. So he has a little white thing on the top of his head that's like a teleportation electronic system. And he has a receding forehead like I do, black hair. And you can see his chest and he's sort of, if I had a laser I could point, but there's so many screens. He's sort of turned and facing and smiling at the group, but he's about 2 feet outside the circle and right above the chairs. I think he's about 5 feet tall, and this is from the Andromeda galaxy. The way it happened, as I mentioned, we heard a group of ETs talking, and a woman connected to one of them. Most people heard women voices, female voices. I heard one male voice. I said, there's one male in this group. And he was the one who emerged into this dimension. So here's an inset. You can see what it looked like, unretouched. Now, when you go out there with a flashlight, with the same camera and this is a cutout, so that's him saying hi. His name is Bijou. Look at the size of his head from his eyes upward. It's about 3 times the size of our cranial vault from our eyes up to the top of our head. And when I asked him, I got the sense that his IQ was in the 450 range and confirmed that it was. Very, very intelligent and very playful, which intelligent people are usually. Yeah. And a lot of this other energy that you see scattering around and the cone of light, that's the transdimensional teleportation system. So if you can visualize an electronic system that allows you to have your craft partially dematerialized and in this energy field, it's almost like an astral electronic projection. So astrally projecting with an electronic assist, and that's what this is. And we acquired that his name was Bijou. And these are just various measurements that show where the original orb was and how it lit up the bushes. And this is what the same human flashlight would look like with the same camera setting in the same location. Not the same at all. But it happened very quickly. And here's the location. It's out in the desert. In the center of Joshua Tree National Park. So we want to go to the next series. Are these helpful? Yeah? Okay, so we want to look at BG10. And this is one of the most astonishing photographs ever taken. It's a still photograph. We're doing our meditation and doing the samadhi meditation. And this energy comes into the group, wraps around. This is a medical doctor from Peru. And wraps around her. And she's having like a samadhi experience and a kundalini experience from this. And it looks like a cosmic spermatozoa. But look at the ribbon. And this is in one frame of a photograph. This is one of the most beautiful photographs ever taken. There was this little ET that appeared, and it was shimmering on the beach, and I asked the managers to take a picture, and you see this sort of toroid ring of light around it, and then you see the eyes glowing. It's very, very subtle. It's just barely in this dimension. And it's a light being. This is a being from a civilization that's 1 billion to 2 billion years evolved past where we are. And everyone in that civilization is born into God consciousness at birth. So that's what we're dealing with here. So why don't we look at the OBX10, but the third one, next one, yeah, that one, Objects Over Beach. Now we're out on this ocean again. This is the following year. You listen carefully. There's a road. You'll see a headlight to the right. Hear that? That's the radar detector. We're out in the middle of nowhere. It's going off. And I go, they're approaching. And suddenly this happens. An object materializes over the ocean. Look at that. Beep, beep. It was an orange and it vanishes. It was an orange golden color, and when it lights up, it lit up the entire ocean like a full moon. And subsequent to that, the detectors went crazy, and there were these ET beings moving around us, but not materialized, but you could see their sort of astral energy form. There it goes. That ain't a satellite. Now watch this one. This continues to happen, and it's beautiful. And now here's an object moving towards the right. Look at the turn it makes. That's not an airplane or a satellite. Bang, and then vanishes. So people have asked me, how many times does something like this happen? I said several thousand times. It's an astonishing thing to go out and do this. It changes your life. And every time I do it, I say, why am I doing anything else? It's beautiful. Yeah. Transdimensional interstellar. So the next one we want to see, are those fun? Yeah, I love these too. Let's do the UK 10 still images. And these are fun. So we're in a crop circle, and our detector is going bananas, as they would say. And there's a guy with a very high quality camera. Look at the resolution on it. And this object appears right over my head. And that's me with the greenish shirt. And he takes one picture after another within a couple seconds. And it's on a tripod. And this object is moving. Watch it. You'll see. Now, in the very center of the crop circle, we have put one of our electronic devices. And it begins to go off as this is happening. And everyone's looking down at it, and it's making this repeating pattern that almost sounds like it's a rhythm, a mathematical rhythm that happens frequently that the detectors won't do if you just put it in front of a police radar or a microwave or something. And you'll see when in a moment, he'll do these in rapid, these are all different pictures of this same object while the camera's on a tripod in very fast exposure. This is daytime, obviously. So there's one, boom, 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 4 of them. And it's just moving very subtly right in that same area. So now people say, well, what were you experiencing? Because it was right over my head. And I was connecting to the ETs and seeing how they made this particular crop circle. Now there was a different one we went to. This is where we did our CE5 contact for a whole week, or most of the week, in this particular crop circle in Wiltshire, the county of Wiltshire, not too far from Stonehenge. You can see how little the people look. And this is just a photograph to show you what we would trek into there at dusk and hope we wouldn't be invaded by crappies. And then, you know, we'd start taking photographs, and these are very interesting because here's one where you have these sort of chevron-shaped objects, a whole bunch of them. This is actually at night. It looks like it's sunset, but it's because the camera setting it just increases the ISO so you can see it like it's daytime. It basically will turn your camera into a night vision photography if you learn how to use it. And there were a number of these that were just scattered around in the sky in this particular spot that first night we got there. And in a little bit, you're going to see one that's in broad daylight. That's looks like a gunmetal gray one. Look at this one. A whole group of ones emerging into this dimension. And remember, we don't have any lights on site and no flash bulbs, so this is all without flash photography. So these, and I forget what time it is. Probably about 9:30, something like that. I did look it up. So what we do is that we start with, we do a puja, which is a Sanskrit ceremony that's very purifying for the space. That's the puja table there. And that's what it looks like with just a light on it. Beautiful setting. And now look. What's next? And then we'll do a mantra meditation. There's no light. Something weird comes from another dimension that's blue, envelops the puja table in this blue light, and look at this strange tubular object above and to the left of the puja table coming in. So these sorts of phenomena that are manifestations of extraterrestrial either technology or their presence are highly conscious. So when you're looking at this light, what you have to understand is that there's a consciousness behind it. It's not light like you and I would think of. And then we would have these items. You see my green laser trying to point this spherical object out that appeared over the field. It was just a sphere of light. But remember that an object like that, if it were to unfold fully into this dimension, could be a very large, solid craft that's one of these conscious, intelligent craft. But in this case, they're staying in an energy form that's just barely into this dimension. So they can go. Now that's my hand, that's me pointing. And I'm pointing at this, nobody can see it with the naked eye. I said, there's a craft over here. And of course, people think I've lost my mind.
That's the daytime?
This is broad daylight. And you can see this unusual orange golden object just there on the edge of the field watching. That I was remote viewing it, felt it. And I asked someone to take a photograph, and I was pointing out where it was. So what was nice about this is that we had someone with a camera who would listen and was very good at photographing what I was sensing, and I'd point out something and he would take a photograph and there'd be an object there. Now with the naked eye, no one could see this, but you could remote view it and you could feel it kind of, get into your kind of primitive, in the good sense, a primitive state of pure consciousness, and like a dog can sense, and I could just feel where they are. Then we're going to hike over this hill down into another crop circle that appeared the previous day and take a photograph. And what's this interesting thing right above it? It's this kind of gunmetal gray, shiny object. This is not an time lapse or anything. It's just a very daytime, fast exposure photograph. And you can see, I mean, it's pretty much fully in this dimension. Sort of chevron shape, the way it goes back with a bulbous front and some kind of dark indentated spots. See the two spots that look at dark indentated. And that was right over where the crop circle was. Now, we're up on Woodborough Hill. There's an 1,800 acre Royal Trust Estate farm that we were allowed to use, and this boomerang thing came floating through the valley. The green is me pointing it out, and you can see this. It's a little bit like a chevron or a curved boomerang, and there it is at a further distance. The green is me hitting the, so this is a few second exposure. And late at night, this is very, very late, it's pitch black up there. And right near where we're doing this, there's one hill is called Flying Shield Hill, and one's called, what's the other one, Ball? They were named in ancient Roman times because there were objects seen floating over this valley. And this is in Alton Barn, sort of the epicenter of where the most unusual crop circles have appeared that are not the fake ones. Now, 80% of the ones that appear nowadays are fake. But the ones that are transdimensional, interstellar, the epicenter for many years was that area, little village of Alton Barns, Alton Priors. A few years ago, I gave a lecture there, and Richard Dreyfuss came and was in the audience, and Neil Armstrong's cousin, who came backstage afterwards and confirmed everything I, of course, already knew about the moon landing, and that Neil Armstrong was when we landed, the crater where we landed was crowded with ET craft observing us, and not thrilled that we were doing that as part of the arms race. And here's one that makes a similar chevron shape, and it's just flying over that same valley. And these almost look like impressionist paintings, but we don't know if this one started lower and then left. It was in one frame. The shutter was open a few seconds on a tripod. By the way, if you're going to do this, you need to get a remote, so when you push the button to take the picture, you don't touch the camera, because if you do, you'll get distortion and jiggle. So you want to keep the lens open for a couple seconds. But you need a good tripod and you need a remote when you do that.
Can you clarify something? Are
Yep.
you seeing this, or is this just what the camera sees?
This one we were seeing, because you can see the laser. I was pointing out some of this phenomenon. So some of it you see, some of it only the camera with its light, the CCDs, the digital light cells will see. So it's very unusual. And here's another object, which is quite close to us actually, up in the sky. So let's go to the next one. Look at that one. I love that one. It looks like a sun has risen. And this is like at midnight. And there's this beautiful, it seems to be dimmed down, but there's this brilliant spherical orb right on the edge of the crest of the hill, right there. Look at this. And that was visible. You can see people craning around. It flashed in. And it's a interstellar sphere that just materialized and dematerialized there. Look how clear the camera is for the stars and all of that. It's very, very late at night, however. Excuse me. And this was close. This was not far outside the circle. Now, some people startle when something like that big appears, but it's actually wonderful. And then it will fold back into a dimension beyond the speed of light, and will have all kinds of phenomenon happen where people will be touched on the top of their head and all kinds of events like that. All right, so where were we? Oh, I want to show FR-10. This was a craft. We saw this quick thing just flash in, and we were there with Admiral Moran, and I was demonstrating the contact protocols for the government. Yeah, that one. And people didn't know that's what we were doing. We were getting France to do peaceful contact. And I'm pointing over, you can see me pointing, and it's before sunset. And there's this object flashes in, and the guy takes a camera, and there's this weird, flat energy field, mauve color, sort of purpley, just floating over the field, and everyone's craning to look at it, and then it vanishes. Quite strange. And it was going towards the Puja table, because the interstellar ETs are really interested in the Sanskrit. I believe that Sanskrit and the ancient Vedic knowledge is the last remnant of the Shambhala kingdom. It goes back very ancient, predates any organized religion. It's a philosophy, a body of knowledge. And it's quite beautiful. And we're going to run out of time. How do you, let's see. There's so many beautiful things. So let's do the last thing on the left column, SH10, still images. I just want to show some of these photographs. So another thing to look for, I'm pointing over to where it is, but right above it, are these objects that come in and out. They turn on and off outside the circle where you're sitting out. And this is one that is quite obvious and was seen by people on the side where I was looking. And then there's another phenomenon where you have an object that will come and you say, well, it's a falling star, but look what it does at the very end of it when you zoom in on it. That, not a falling star. Beautiful. this, unfortunately, it was 24 degrees where we were doing this, quite cold. Then the Kindness in her ship came in. And Kindness is this beautiful ET, and it was this blue-white, very big, but there was ice all over the lens, and so that's why it looks so foggy, because it had gotten quite cold up on Mount Shasta. And this is one of my favorite. Look at all these objects. Now, there are no population. Every one of those is something emerging out of the volcano. And there's a couple dozen of them. And many people have reported this, where you have, and here's another one. And at the end of this one, you're going to see something that looks like a woven cube. Look at the right bottom. So this object zips in very quickly, stops, and when he zooms in, look at it. It's beautiful, intricate. So let's go to the next page. I'm just trying to do a variety of these. Let's do the emergence. Look at this on the left. So we're in circle. It's a little bit out of focus. And suddenly there's a brilliant flash. And there's an object. It's massive. It looks like a city and a rupture in space-time. It's dark on the bottom. And there are all these objects. And it goes to the left for another mile or two out over the Gulf of Mexico. That's in one photograph. And to tell you what was going on the beach, there were hundreds of these little points of light that were conscious, intelligent points of light, each one representing a different ET being that started flashing all around. It lasted for 3 hours. We had literally had 3 hours of videotape of these after this happened, but we don't have time to show those. But very mystical, very mysterious, beautiful. Yeah, it's too bad it was a little out of focus. If it had been in focus, I think it would have been pretty amazing. So let's go to the next DVD. Is this too much or enough? Or yeah. So the idea behind this, well, the reason I'm showing you a lot of different kinds of phenomena and objects is because when you're doing this, while he's switching out DVDs, it'll be called, this is just number 2 in this series. When you're doing this, everyone's looking for the mothership and a structured craft to come in, which we've had happen. But you can also have these objects that appear in this dimension and then unfold out of it a group of ETs talking, and you take a picture and there's an ET there waving. So very strange things. And this is, so there's another, is this the next one? Yeah, okay. Okay, this, let's see which one of these I want to do.
There's certain kinds of the muck or gears that are more prominent than others?
No, it's just, can you stand the cold or not? Hey, we're in Canada, deal with it. Let's do still images at the second from the bottom. There you go. So we're in a place, I had some land, ranch out in Colorado, and we do a circle, and we're sitting out on the land out here in the Sangre de Cristo Mountains, and that's a Tibetan prayer bowl that has this light emanating out of it. Very unusual kind of spiritual light events can happen at these, and that's just an example. Then no one had an artificial light there. And this is really cool. And a sort of panoramic shot, and between these two women is this weirdness. And it's actually a being that's just sort of there partially in this dimension sitting between these two people. And this is one of my favorite. We're there and there's a craft that's been to the east of us, and he takes a picture and it's coming up, so it goes up and stops, and it's a light ship. And it comes straight up out of the ground, and in this one, it was a great shot. There it is. And it just stops there. And it's a light ship because it's mostly in the plasma light energy spectrum. But prior to that, it had been on the ground, but dematerialized. You could sense it and feel it. And this one was even more demonstrable. Going back behind us, I'm sitting there with and behind us is this object, this red object. There's nothing out there in the baka. And this is beautiful. This is where we put Sherry's ashes. And it's late at night, and there's a tree to the left, and you see this burst of energy that just emerges from just beside where Sherry's ashes were placed at this beautiful land out in the Sangre de Cristo Mountains. And then we got there early one day, and I said, I see a golden shimmering area over by our creek. And so he took a photograph, and look with this. It's like this glowing, luminous, liquid gold object right above the ground at the edge of the trees there along the creek. It's called Magic Creek. The locals call it because it comes straight down to Sangre de Cristos beside the Tibetan stupa. And let's show the still images on the Shasta events. These are a lot of fun. Remember the one from Creststone? Well, he's back. We're back. This one, look. Almost looks like it has a uniform on. Very strange being that comes in, luminous. Yeah, like a cape. Yeah, partially in this dimension. And we're in deep meditation. And then this is broad daylight, middle of the day. I have an infrared camera, and it picks up this object that lifts up from the ground here. And I'm upstairs meditating, and it goes up there. This is at daytime. And it's just picking up an infrared, and it picked up this object. So they're always around. It's a question of, do you have the equipment? And then there's a tree right in between us and Mount Shasta. Look at the sky, how beautiful. And this object appears in the tree. Look at that. This is an airplane to the right. Ding, 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 ding. See the lights on it? And then this is one of the weirder ones. There's an object that comes down like a laser, and then there are these purple things on my heart chakra and the guy next to me around him. And this is one of my favorite, very subtle. See all the different specks of light? We had this God consciousness level of ET beings come, and the whole area lit up with 1 million points of light like that. And I was walking out amongst it in like an ocean of scintillating, multicolored rainbow light in a state of bliss. It was beautiful. So let's show some of the things from Arizona that's on the, I think we have a couple from just a couple weeks ago. I want to show. I'm not sure it downloaded. We were trying to work on this while I had a meeting at lunch and trying to eat, so it may not work, but 18 things at once. We'll see if it does. Oh, this is fun. Okay, so this is a couple weeks ago, the puja table, and you see the offerings, and right above it is this diamond-shaped light that appears. A picture of the Ascended Masters. And here, this bright object at the top, that is not a star. That is a craft that appeared and lit up and was so bright, it lit up the area in the circle. And it's sort of a blue-white sphere. And this is classic of this particular ET that I call kindness, who came to me the night Sherry passed away, and she's just sort of the perfect manifestation of kindliness. And every single time we do one of our expeditions, she comes and visits us in this kind of beautiful blue-white ship that appears and then vanishes right in front of everybody. So next. And here's something, almost looks like a ghost between these two women. With the blue, you see the figure, and they were having an experience of sensing a person behind them, but it was a very steep embankment behind them, and there was this luminous beam. So someone took a picture, and there's a person being that's there, not quite in this dimension, but very evident in the camera. And here's another golden. We had multiple of these massive golden spheres that would just appear out over the desert and then disappear, which everyone saw at one time or another. It probably happened a dozen times over the course of the week, and this is one of them. Quite close to us, by the way, and large. And look at this one. Play the tape on this. It's made beautiful. Watch how it comes in.
Touch you on your shoulder or top of your head or your third eye. And these ETs are very much interested in doing that level of contact.
Oh my gosh, big burst of light over there.
Look at how close
I'm
it is.
seeing it. Yes.
Up and gone.
Oh my God.
What's interesting about it is that
Yes.
you can actually see the point when you look at it up close and study this. It emerges out of empty space and folds back in like this, back into empty space. But this happened over a dozen times over the week. The first 10 minutes we were out, 4 of them went bang, 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 lined up right over the desert. And they were these perfectly spherical golden ships. And the beings that were on board were with us all week. It was absolutely stunning. And this is a daytime. You can see this very faint object. It's around sunset in the background, in the center. And you go to the next, you'll see it enhanced. And that is just hovering out over not far from our contact site, up on or near Oracle State Park. And this, look at this luminous thing against the embankment. To that lower right, and then there should be another picture. Zoom in on this. This is with contrast. Look at that person. It's in a space-time bubble. Look at the face and the uniform. Leave that, freeze that there a minute. That is an ET between Robbie and the man who had his hearing restored. And he's working. He's almost like in a uniform. He was a cosmic doctor. And he fixed this man's hearing loss. So he no longer had to wear a hearing aid after this happened. This wasn't the only thing that happened. There was a whole series of things that happened with him until 4 a.m. But can everyone see that darkened area with the beam in the center of it? This is an unretouched photograph. All we did was increase the contrast. You can camera lens, and what I saw was just a reddish flash of light between those people near the embankment. And this beam is partially in this dimension between these two guys. Can everybody see it? Yeah, so that just happened about 3 weeks ago up in Oracle, Arizona. So that's probably all we have time for.
That's the last one.
Yeah, good. All right, we have the lights back up. Good. So are those fun? See what can happen? Yeah? So, yeah, we can leave him up. I think it's such a cool pic. It has such a big triangular head, and then the eyes, but the top of the head's kind of cut off, and you can see the white uniform, and a little bit of a hand right there on his right, our left, as we're facing. So, the point I'm making with all this, you can have the other lights on too, so people can see each other, and I can see them. The point of this is that the contact that happens can happen in the material spectrum, within consciousness, and lucid dream time, partially in this dimension, totally out of this dimension, but can be sensed by your consciousness, and cameras, the modern digital cameras, will often pick them up, and all kinds of different phenomena. So when you're doing this, and you should do this, so try this at home. What you want to do is be open to all the different phenomena that can happen. Don't get fixed in your mind, because I can tell you, having done this for 27 years, with thousands of hours under my belt, out under the stars with thousands of people, every single week I go out and do this, something I've never seen before happens. It's endlessly fascinating. So what that means is you have to have a very flexible mind. So you're going to miss a lot of it if you have a very narrow expectation field. You know what I mean? Where your expectations are, it's Close Encounters of the Fifth Kind, like Close Encounters of the Third Kind. The mothership's going to descend, and they're going to come out, and we're going to shake hands, and I'll walk up a gangway and disappear and disappear. So, you know, science fiction, that's fine. But in reality, it's actually much more elegant and beautiful and intimate, because here this being pops in between us. Now, some people say, well, this looks kind of scary. I said, well, maybe we look scary to him. But you know, he was actually a master healer. Some of them have these triangular, there's some that kind of have like a, you know, a praying mantis head, like this. And we see them every time we do this, and they're like incredibly intelligent, very kind and gentle, amazing healers. It's like their dharma of that civilization is to heal. They're amazing, and they healed this man of his hearing loss. So, isn't it fun? It's so, the whole thing is so fun. So anyway, I wish I could do this all the time. But what I want to do now, why don't we all just stand and stretch for a minute, because we're going to do a meditation, and I want to do this meditation, and then we have time for some Q&A. We had about another hour. I wish I had time to show you all the images we have, because there's so many. But I wanted to just show a variety of the kinds of things that happen. And those of you who are good with I don't do any camera work, because I'm all thumbs with cameras. Plus I'm focusing on making the contact and doing the consciousness work. But there are certain people who are really good with cameras, and you want to experiment, but experiment with, if it's video, the AS7 we have found is one of the best. A7S, that's the Sony. And if you're going to do still photography, if you're doing one that, you know, use a tripod with a remote and experiment increasing the ISO and have the lens open, you know, 3 to 10 seconds in complete darkness. But be sure there's no one moving and there's no one has a light on, no lights. And you will have all kinds of things. A lot of it has to do with you connecting. The reason we got Bijou photographed, we heard the group talking, we saw the orb that appeared and disappeared, but you couldn't see the ETs, but the person who was taking the picture asked permission. It was sort of a protocol. Asked them if they would, in a diplomatic way, because this is a diplomatic mission we're doing, asked them if they were willing to be photographed. And if you ask nicely, they will. So we always ask nicely, and they're happy to oblige. Great. So let's have a seat. Now, if I sit here, can people see me? Because we're going to do a meditation now, and I need something to sit on. Maybe I'll sit on this one. Not as comfortable, but more practical. Okay. This is better, huh? Oh, hope I don't break it. I'm fat. Boy, it's kind of wobbly. If I fall down, come pick me up. It reminds me of that nurse I had named Bubbles. And she'd get mad at some guy and she'd say, Dr. Greer, as far as I'm concerned, that man in room 4 can shit and fall back in it. I just love Bubbles. The ER is a lot of fun. Anyway, the hillbilly nurses were really good. Excellent. They knew their stuff. Okay, so what I would like to do now is sort of guide you through this whole protocol. And there is, on our website, you can get an app that's the training app that has the whole meditation, all the protocols, the electronic tones that we send out into space that are from the crop circles, and the entire program. So there's an app for that. There's also a kit, a training kit that you can get. Well, what I want to do with this is to sort of take you, and somebody has it there, and it's something that a guy put together for us. It needs to be updated. It's kind of an old app, but we don't have anyone to do it. Any app developers, get a hold of me. Well, somebody wanted to do it, but they wanted like $150,000. And I said, oh my God. So we do what we can with the resources we have, which are limited. But it's a good app, and it actually has all the meditation protocols. It actually will turn your phone into a magnetometer so that it will. No, you don't need to inside here, but it'll actually turn it into, it picks up magnetic field changes. So it's a really, really cool app, and it's you can get it on Android or iPhones. And there's also an app that's a free app that you can get that is a contact, which is a networking app, so that you can find out who is in a CE5 group near you. And you can also get that on our website. So that if you want to form a team or connect to a team that's existing, then you can look and see who's near you if they put their contact information in. Now, some people, they'll say I'm here, but they won't give an email or anything, so that's useless. But, how are you supposed to contact somebody? So if you don't want your primary, you can just make up just get a Hotmail or a Yahoo account or something. But put it in there so that you can network, and that way you can find people in the area who want to go out together and practice doing these things together. The other thing that I recommend is signing up, as I said before, to the email list, because when we do these expeditions, we'll do 3-day ones occasionally. Usually they're a week long in a remote location, an undisclosed location. And those usually do fill up in about 24 to 48 hours. So you want to, if you're interested in those, you can sign up for our newsletter and our notifications, which is free. You can do it on our website at seriousdisclosure.com. And I recommend, if you seriously are interested, to look for those when they come in, because we are only taking 20 people now out at a time that are new, and 5 people who have been previously trained that are kind of anchoring the group. We used to go out with 56. There's too much chaos out, and so they're very small, coherent groups, and that's why the experiences have gotten better and better. But it also means that there aren't many spaces. So I recommend that you watch your email if you want to come. Because right now we don't have any more planned for 2017 because of the unacknowledged film and book coming out. But we probably will do one, I'm thinking, in the fall, September, October. So just, if you think you might want to come, just get signed up on the email and look for it. All right? So this next section of the workshop is about experiencing consciousness and the meditation and the protocols. And I want to review what I introduced earlier this afternoon, is that there are really 3 phases to what we're going to do, that I'm going to do in a very methodical way. But remember, you can do it very quickly once you become proficient at it. And the first is centering and doing a meditation of some type to become silent and quiet and centered. And when you're in that state of consciousness, once you're in a very deep, quiet state of consciousness, which is the meditation, usually we teach a mantra, Vedic meditation from Sanskrit, but there's great breathing techniques you can do. We can do a breathing technique today, I think. And the meditation is designed to allow yourself to become calm and centered and let go of the limitations of space, time, thought, matter, and be connected to just quiet mind, pure consciousness. And once you're in that quiet state of consciousness, then what you want to do is expand it and begin to use the non-locality of the mind, meaning that the conscious mind is omnipresent, and begin to see remote places. So this is what remote viewing is about. And you can do this through practice with great accuracy. And the best way to do it, in my opinion, there's people, someone asked earlier about the Monroe Institute. There are different techniques that can be used. I think the best approach is the meditation approach, where it's integrated, and it's not something that is a mechanical or intellectual process, but it's an integrative approach where you're using the experience of perceiving consciousness in silence and allowing consciousness to expand. And as the consciousness becomes expanded, you can then very subtly intend to see. So this is a key sticking point. People forget this step. So once you're in a very quiet state of mind, or if you're in a lucid dream, you don't brutally say, I want to do this. It's a subtle intending. So you're intending to allow your mind to see what's out by Arcturus, the star system, or what's at home in your kitchen right now, or what's in the underground base at Dugway, or whatever it is you want to target, whatever you want to see. But you intend it, and then you become silent, and with that quiet intent, allow the mind to unfold there and just see. Now, many people will actually be visual. They'll visually see it. Other people just get the information. Some people get a word. Some people just get a feeling. Everyone is different. And because everyone's different, the way intuitive knowledge comes to a person is unique for each person. I liken this to consciousness in its pure form of just unbounded, infinite awareness. The samadhi state is like the hub of the wheel of life. And the spokes that go in to the hub connect all of us to that hub. But there are 7 billion spokes on this planet, if each of us are a spoke. And each is unique, and each person's experience is going to be unique. And path into the hub of the silent wheel of life, the hub of the wheel of life, is going to be different. So you have to learn your own way, the way that you acquire intuitive knowledge. A lot of people get into very rigid systems. I think those are a mistake, because what may work for me or Ingo Swann or for whoever may not work for you. So my intention is to give you the concepts and some techniques, and then you can practice them and make them your own. Does this make sense? I think it's a wiser approach. So then you can, once you're in this expanded quiet state of mind and you're beginning to remote view the area around this hotel, you go out into space, if you lock onto and see an ET like this one that pops in, or their spacecraft, or their planet, you then introduce yourself by name and tell them that you are from Earth and that you invite them in universal peace to come with you to this spot. And you literally show them from where they are. You can connect to their consciousness and look through their eyes. And you allow them to look through your consciousness. And you show them where you are on Earth. So you turn it around from a remote viewing mode to a vector where you're guiding them in using consciousness. And then, if we were outside, I would also put a laser up, not to hit an airplane, but be careful never. And so in case your mind wasn't real clear in GPSing it, the laser and these electronic tones that we send out give them a specific vector, and those are in the app. These electronic tones that we play and send out into space, sort of our signature tone. So we use light, we use sound, and we use consciousness and thought. The key component is understanding consciousness and then using the coherent thought sequencing, as we call it, to guide them to you. So Step one in this process is meditation and being centered and connecting to quiet mind. Step two is then to allow the mind to awaken to remote places and remote view the ET craft or the ET beings. Step three would be then once you connect or see, then you introduce yourself and then vector them or guide them to your location. Meaning that you literally show them. In this case, we're in, where are we, Toronto, and near the airport, in a hotel, in Canada, in North America, on Earth. So you literally zoom in and you show them your exact location, down to a few meters. Now you get better and better at this visualization and vectoring as you practice it. It becomes very easy. And what's really important is that you're doing it in a way that isn't strained. So most people, when they meditate, they're going, mantra, 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 they're forcing. No, what you want to do is do this in a very gentle way, do it in a way that doesn't force it, and is in a relaxed state of mind. The more that you force it and you're intellectualizing it, the less you're meditating. So it's inversely proportional to effort in a sense. So if you're making too much effort and getting strained, stop it and just go back to watching the breath or using the mantra. Now I'm going to share with you a mantra. It's in a very advanced mantra. And so this is a lot I'm giving you in an afternoon, but you can use it if it resonates with you. You can use one you know. It's a very powerful Siddhi, S-I-D-D-H-I, Vedic power, and it's a very specific one, and it's one that's never spoken. So when I share it with you, after we do some breathing meditation, I'll share it. I will speak it, and I will then spell it for you so you have it, but we normally don't say it out loud, so don't come up to me and blurt it out, okay? But the mantra is a Vedic tone, actually. And this particular mantra means that it actually has a Sanskrit translation that roughly is the clearest and best if you connect to the real resonant field of Vedic and Sanskrit knowledge, which before I was a doctor, I was a Sanskrit tutor and Vedic teacher, meditation teacher. Is basically that you give yourself to the unbounded self. The drop is becoming the ocean. It literally translates to that I give myself to the unbounded. And so the individual becomes one with the unbounded. And that's the state of perfect peace and perfect bliss and fearlessness and all of that. So the samadhi state is the state of being awake with infinite consciousness that you're connected to even while you're when you're in deep meditation. Cosmic consciousness is when you're up walking around and you're still connected to that state. And there are other higher states of consciousness, such as God consciousness, where you become able to see celestial levels of reality and the angelic realm and what have you. And then there are some orders with magnitude beyond that, past unity consciousness and Brahman consciousness. That's beyond the scope of what we want to go into today, but it's in the materials and in various books I've written. The key thing to remember is that all of these states of consciousness are latent within everybody. So everyone has the ability to be aware of awareness, and in the intensity of that experience become infinitely awake and become one with this field of pure conscious mind. That is the samadhi state, as it's been described, or nirvana. But from there, you then can practice these different abilities, such as remote viewing, precognition, and making contact with other intelligent life forms. So, which are, in a sense, this is a Siddhi, an S-I-D-D-H-I. A Siddhi is a Vedic power or ability. Those Siddhis, one of them is actually interstellar communication and contact. And that's what we're really teaching. Now, I didn't know that when I first had my experience when I was an 18-year-old kid up on the mountain in North Carolina that I described yesterday. But That's really what it is. And it's actually amazingly easy to do. And some of the people who have been staff here will tell you, they took a trip recently down to New Zealand with a team of, I wasn't there, and they had the whole panoply of contact that happened in my absence, which made me so happy. Not that I didn't want to be there, but the idea is that what I like knowing is that people can learn this and do it. And, in medical school, there's a great saying, you see one, you do one, you teach one. So you see it done once, the next time you're doing it, the next time you're teaching someone to do it. And that's how it spreads. So, and I think that to the extent you want to practice this at home, you'll have, you don't want a lot of people. You want 3, 4, 5 people in your team, maybe 8 at the most, because you want maximum coherence in the group and not chaos. And you just need a small team of people. Go out to a remote place away from any interference. The further away you are from human rubbish and power lines and buildings, the better. That's why I like going to natural places. And also it's just more secure because you're not going to be interfered with by people when you're doing this. So that's something I recommend. And also there's the purity, or what's called sattva, the pure energy, creative force of nature, that is also very conducive to meditation. And the ETs will feel safer if there's some place where they're not thinking someone's going to appear walking up on it with a shotgun. So I think that's all important to understand. And what we want to be able to do when we practice this at home is do this without the sort of the noise of our everyday life. Now people say, then, can I do this in my bedroom? Yes. You can do it in your backyard and you will have events happen. But when you're doing it with a team of people, I recommend trying to find some place quiet, remote, peaceful. All right. So let's close our eyes. We're going to do this meditation. And the first thing we should do is take some nice deep breaths in with our nose and out with our mouth. Breathe deeply in with your nose and exhale fully with your mouth, letting out all the air. And as you breathe in, see yourself becoming energized by the life force, prana, the chi. And in the center of your forehead, very gently become aware of quiet awareness. And you feel this beautiful calm energy entering you with each inward breath. And your whole body and mind is enlivened. And as you exhale, exhale completely and become centered and calm. And let go of all of your limitations and all of your worries and all of your concerns, and be in a state of peace. Now let us watch the breath, breathing normally. We breathe in and we breathe out. And without straining, very gently, become aware of the mind watching the breath. Become aware of consciousness that is perceiving the breath and your body, your thoughts, even your own self. What is the consciousness whereby you can perceive your own self? Gently become aware of this awareness. Silent, pure consciousness. Now, in this state, let us become aware that this mind, whereby we perceive our own breath, is a singularity. And everyone in this room is awake by virtue of the same light of consciousness that is shining alike within each individual. And so we realize that the mind whereby we are awake is one, and it is boundless. And because it is boundless and omnipresent and infinite, we can perceive any place in space or time, because it is there in its fullness, in the past, in the now, in the future, and at every point in space and time, and in every dimension. This pure consciousness is ever present. Now, while being calm and acknowledging the true nature of this consciousness, I will share a Sanskrit mantra, which you may use if you wish to. And it is 3 syllables, and the first syllable is a perfect fifth in tonality higher than the other 2. I'm Nama, I'm Nama, I'm Nama, I'm Nama, I'm Nama, I'm Nama, I'm Nama. The first syllable is I am, I'm. The second syllable is Na, N as in Nancy, A. The third syllable is Ma, M as in mother, A-H. And this mantra, with its tonality, also makes a perfect equilateral triangle. I'm Nama, I'm Nama, I'm Nama, I'm Nama, I'm Nama, I'm Nama. The first syllable is a perfect fifth higher in tone than the other 2, which are the same. So I will repeat the mantra again, and then I will repeat it more silently, and then we will just think the mantra. And the way to think with the mantra is to let it repeat like a note, a beautiful tone that just effortlessly is being repeating. And after a while, it'll just run on its own. And you allow your mind to rest upon it and become aware of the infinite mind as it emerges and as the mantra takes you into the ocean of infinite light and infinite consciousness. I'm Nama, I'm Nama, I'm Nama, I'm Nama, I'm Nama, I'm Nama, I'm Now, let us sit in silence and just repeat the mantra without straining, and allow your mind to become aware of the consciousness that is perceiving the mantra. And if at any point you become distracted with thoughts or sounds or bodily sensations, this is normal. Do not become upset or anxious. Just say, this is normal, now I will return, and just gently reintroduce the mantra. And with a very light focus, let it repeat effortlessly, without straining or overly concentrating. And so normally we would do that for about 20 minutes, just watching the mantra. After we have done the pranayama and the breathing. And now we are in deep, quiet consciousness. And we're aware of the infinite ocean of pure consciousness within us. And we become aware that everyone in this room is awake. And this awakeness, the essence of consciousness, is the same within all of us. And there is one great being, one mind, that is the source of each of our individual awareness. And we can sense this transcendent and unbounded consciousness. And so effortlessly, let us dive into that infinite ocean, letting go of ourselves and yet using our individualities as a means to be conscious. And as we let go of our bodies and our limitations, our mind expands. We are now aware that this pure consciousness is omnipresent. And not only is every person in this room awake, by virtue of the same light of consciousness. All of space and time and the entire universe is a conscious quantum hologram folded within us. And in this way, there is no distance between us and the farthest galaxy. For all of it is folded within the nature of quiet mind. And it is infinity folded within infinity. An infinite conscious hologram. With this knowledge, we allow our mind then to expand, and it fills this entire room, and we are aware of consciousness that is omnipresent. And it expands further up into the sky above the hotel. And we go, while staying centered at this point, where our mind is expanding and our vision, being seers, can see the airport and the city of Toronto to the east. And as we go up further into the sky above the hotel, we can see this entire region of Ontario and the bodies of water and the forests outside the city. And as we go up further into sky, we begin to see the curvature of the earth. And we see Mother Earth as a conscious, awake being, which she is. And she is not human, but the planetary consciousness is real. And we can feel the consciousness of Earth and invite her to assist us in creating universal peace on Earth. And as we expand our awareness further, we enter Father Sky, and we see the vastness of space. And effortlessly, looking back now upon the earth, we see the entirety of the globe, this beautiful blue planet, spinning in the vastness of pure conscious space. For space is not empty, but teeming with energy, but also suffused with pure consciousness, cosmic mind. And as our minds expand further, we go out into our solar system, and we see our moon and the planets, Venus and Mercury near the sun. And we sense that every planetary body is conscious with planetary consciousness. And the sun has an awareness as well. And each star is conscious. And as our mind expands, then we go outward and see Mars and the outer planets. And out by the rings of Saturn, a massive interstellar facility several hundred miles in diameter. And then as we expand further, we go out into interstellar space, looking back on our solar system, which is now just a point of light. Our sun is like another star. And as we expand further, We perceive the Milky Way galaxy with 100 billion star systems. And we realize that every stable star system has planets with beings that are conscious and capable of being aware of this unbounded state of mind. And as we expand further, we go into intergalactic space, and the Milky Way, a spiral galaxy, recedes, and we perceive the Andromeda galaxy, which is like a twin galaxy to the Milky Way, a spiral galaxy with a similar number of star systems, from whence Bijou has come. And then we expand further into intergalactic space. And we realize that the cosmos has no beginning nor end, but just pauses between sectors of an infinite universe. And all of this is conscious, and all of this is folded within us, and is accessible anytime we wish in quiet meditation. And so as we sit in quietness, allow yourself to begin to feel or see or know any extraterrestrial civilizations that are aware of the earth. And without straining, allow yourself to view them. And you may see their light ships, their physical beings, their planets. And allow it to simply unfold as you are drawn to that which you are drawn to. And effortlessly, within your mind's eye, or your heart of knowing, you can feel those extraterrestrial civilizations that are involved with the earth or aware of our planet and our people. And so take a moment to do this, to sit in silence, to allow yourself to playfully expand awareness and gently see in your inner sight whatsoever appears to you spontaneously and easily. Now, as you connect to these peoples, show them our location. For example, if you sense that the extraterrestrial craft or person is outside our solar system, show them our solar system and guide them to one of the outer spiral arms of the Milky Way galaxy and show them this specific solar system and the third planet from the sun, Earth. And as you show them the Earth, you show them the love we have for Gaia, our beautiful planet, and the love she has for her children. And then as you come closer, you show them North America, which is in the light of day. And coming to the north, you show them the metropolis of Toronto. I'm coming west of the downtown area. You show them the airport and this hotel. And then you show them this room. And you invite them here in any way that is safe and appropriate for this time and place, and in universal peace. And as ambassadors to the universe, you introduce yourself by name. And as you introduce yourself, you greet them as a representative of humans to their people. And so we will sit for a few minutes and do this in quiet meditation, expansion of awareness, remote viewing the space around us and our solar system and the cosmos. And if any ET being or starship or planet comes to mind, ask permission to enter and to connect to them, and then guide them here, zooming into this beautiful area of Canada. And so as we do this, we ask the Great Spirit to see that the earth enters a time of universal peace. And we share this vision with our extraterrestrial neighbors, that the earth will transition to a world of peace, that the sciences and technologies long withheld from the people of the earth will be unveiled for the use of peace and abundance and progress, and not for war. And that as our civilization becomes peaceful and just and enlightened, we become an interstellar civilization. And within a generation of this transition, all poverty is banished from the earth, and all pollution. And the earth lives in harmony with her people. And humanity no longer damages the mother that gives them life. And we see that as we become a peaceful people, these interstellar civilizations that are observing and waiting welcome us with open arms into space and into open contact with their peoples. And in the passage of time, we see that on the planet Earth, an enlightened civilization is established, not just of world peace, but of universal peace. and of conscious enlightenment. And so, over the next 500,000 years, Earth and her people evolve into one of the great jewels in the diadem of creation. And all life on Earth is made anew. And humanity fulfills its highest potential. And we become extraterrestrials to other worlds and other civilizations that are coming this way after us. And in this way, the cycle of life and enlightenment goes on forever. Namaste. So when you're ready, you may open your eyes. Oh, that ET is still there. So did that journey make sense? You're welcome. It takes some practice, but remember, it can be done in 10 seconds. So once you practice it a few thousand times, you can go connect to consciousness, remote view, contact, invite, vector, like that. Now, you can spend an hour or two getting the steps right, but it's like when you're going home, or going to a new place. First time you go there, every turn you have to be careful and mindful. The second time, it's a little easier. By the time you've done it 200, 300 times, you don't even think about it. You can be doing and thinking other things, you're just automatically going there, right? So that's how meditation in this technique is. The more you practice it, the more it becomes there's an automaticity to it and ease to it. But the steps are, first to center yourself in meditation with the pranayama, the breathing, and then introduce the mantra. Do the meditation, become very centered and calm, and then do the expansion of awareness, remote viewing, affirming the nature of mind being omnipresent. And then as objects or intelligences may or may not, and nothing pops into your mind, you can just put out a general welcome and see what comes. But oftentimes you practice this enough, you'll begin to see a very specific world or a face like this one. We saw, by the way, this particular ET prior to this photograph being taken. And it popped into several people's meditations, exactly this face. So that you connect to these beings and then invite them to where you're located. And it may be your bedroom, it may be your backyard, it may be out in the wilderness, or some gentleman said he has a place out in Ontario with 300 acres. Perfect. So you just practice doing this. So those are the techniques you want to use. And it's very, very effective if you practice it. And we have a few minutes. I want to open it up to some questions. I don't know if there's a handheld. If not, just call it out and I'll try to answer them. Yes?
I was just wondering, so we've heard so much about like cow mutilations and whatnot.
Right.
It doesn't come from the ET that you're talking about. Is that set up by the intelligence community?
Yes, the intelligence community started doing mutilations in the 60s. And as I said last night, the guy that was the primary medical doctor investigating those back in Snippy the horse was 67 or late 60s in Colorado, concluded that absolutely those were. Now, it's been then foisted on the public that this is alien. However, anyone who's in the know in the intelligence community knows that's not the case. The other thing is interesting. You know how synchronicities happen? Around the time I was discovering that, I was on a flight and I was sitting in the first row of the plane. Next to me was this man with a big hat on, a rancher from northern New Mexico. And he said, "Oh, what are you doing?" I said, "Oh, I'm out on a trip." And I mentioned what I did. He says, "Oh, yeah, that." He says, "Let me tell you, he owned 250,000 acres in northern New Mexico. And very wealthy rancher. And he said, Those cattle mutilations, I hired a team with specialized night vision. We went out there and there were these silent helicopters and things that looked like UFOs going out there killing my cattle. And he tried to sue the US government. And they just denied, it was unacknowledged. We didn't have any knowledge. And this guy, you know, was of some means to be able to document this. But he said, I'm not going to get involved with this publicly. I wanted him to make a public statement. So I think that, again, there's so much disinformation that's been put out there that's designed to create fear. And the reason fear works is the false flag that's talked about and unacknowledged won't work unless people are predisposed to believe it. All right? Just like the preparation for the Iraq War, Vietnam, and what have you. So there's a psychological manipulation that goes in advance of the actual crescendo event where they would launch some sort of, you know, fake alien attack. So there has been a preparatory phase to this that the fascists, I'll just flat out say this, what they are, have been doing. And there are not, you know, there's a lot of people who understand this in the intelligence community that I've talked to. Unfortunately, the dominant paradigm in ufology and on the internet is that anything that goes boom in the night that's scary is being done by aliens. And I always say, yeah, well, the man-made ones. Now, have there been actual ET interfaces with humans that are similar to what some people experience with abductions? Yes. But those have been then conflated with the ones that are harmful in there. Have there been perhaps some ET interactions with animals where they're experimenting to find out how much damage is being done to the areas of high mitotic indices? What do I just mean by that? In other words, there's so much radiation and chemical poisoning that we're actually losing our genome, the collective genome of the planet. And there is what I call a Cosmo-Noah's Ark going on, has been for about 70 years, where they're taking samples of animals, plants, what have you, preserving them, kind of like the seed repository in Norway, but off planet, in the event of a worst case scenario, which unfortunately, the more we stay on the path we're on, the more likely a worst case scenario will happen. So now we've only scratched the surface of these issues, but what I'm saying is stay with the positive, let's manifest the good future, and be aware there's a lot of associated noise on this issue that is being deliberately fed out into the public because of its psychological warfare value. And what we want to do is transcend that and not get deceived by it too far. I also point out that there are some other issues with what the ETs are doing, and that is some of those civilizations view us as an existential threat to their worlds. Because if you understand what Ben Rich of the Lockheed Skunk Works said, when he said, we have the means to take ET home. And that was in the 90s. That was 20 some years ago. What that means is that in our classified projects, our weapon systems and our technologies are approaching parity, or close to what some of the interstellars have. But we have those in the hands of the most sociopathic, crazy, psychopathic people on the planet. So that is an existential threat to other worlds. So this is a very complex issue. And so the sort of jingoism of the good and the bad and the this and the that is much more nuanced than that. And I know we live in a time where there's no nuance left, because that requires actually an IQ. Ooh, ow, did I just say that? But you know, which, let's face it, you know, this is an increasingly rare thing to find, is a scintilla of analytical capabilities and critical thinking. But we have to obtain a sort of a state of consciousness where we cannot be fooled by that, and at the same time be aware that some of the things that are happening by the ETs is because there's a number of scenarios running. One scenario is that we make this great leap onto the Hopi, the Hopi prophecy rock, where one line terminates and the other one goes on indefinitely. Maybe we'll make that leap, but maybe we don't. And what if we don't? What's plan B? Well, there is a plan B, and they're working that. And this is why there have been so many ET events where, and people say, well, you know, like in the Provence case in France, that's in the Japan study, the NASA equivalent for France, where, and if you look at the Cometa study that the admirals and generals put together, there was this one case where ET craft lands in a lavender field in the wee hours of the morning, and there are these little beings out there gathering samples of lavender. Well, what the hell do they need with lavender? Perfume? No, they were taking samples, and this has been seen in the water, on the land, plants, and animals, to study what all the chemicals we're dumping, all the radiation, what is it have an effect on the genetic mutations in our biogenome sphere, the whole biosphere's genetic material. Because we're in the period right now of the next great extinction. The last one was the dinosaurs, and it's well established in modern science that there are more species becoming extinct now than in known history since the dinosaurs. It's all man-made. So if we stay on this, if you extrapolate, let's say you had enough intelligence and also technologies to view into the future. If you extrapolate the path we're on, if you look in 100 years what we've done in damage to the earth, and extrapolate another 20, 50, 100, and exponential decay. And the other thing, and this is not to be apocalyptic, but as an emergency doctor, and my emergency nurse will confirm this, we have, you know, something called decompensation. So you'll have a patient, they're sick, and they're maintaining, and they kind of drop down, and then they come back up, and then they decompensate, and it's a square wave. Code blue. And it's the earth is a living organism. And it is struggling to deal with the burden humans have placed on it. And it could go through a decompensation. Now, in such a case as a global code blue, there is a plan that the ETs have to re-establish intelligent civilization here and stabilize it. So that's not the preferred plan, but you should be aware of it. And so there are certain things that they are doing commensurate with that task, if that should happen in a worst case scenario. So it's not so simple. You know, this is a complex issue, and we have to be aware of the state of the world we're in. There's the world we want to manifest, and there's the state of the world today. And the state of the world today is that we got some fixing to do. We really have some fixing to do. So I think that's really a key thing, and we have to then view ourselves as sort of skilled healers with the ETs and higher consciousness and what have you of the earth and of humanity, and just not be passive about it, but also understand that there are many things going on that are beyond what I have time to go into today that are extraterrestrial but may be confusing to people. For example, as an emergency doctor, and I just use this by analogy, if a child comes in who isn't educated and mature enough to understand what I'm doing, and it has, we suspect, bacterial meningitis, and I need to do a spinal tap, and there's a needle about that big, right, nurse? A big thing. So now, to the child, I'm a monster putting this big needle in their back, you know, putting them in the field, and tapping their spinal fluid. I'm trying to diagnose the problem so that if it's bacterial meningitis, which could be rapidly fatal, we can treat it and heal the child. So there are a lot of things going on that are along that path as well, because the world is in trouble and humanity is in trouble. But so I think we have, before everyone begins, you know, the sky is falling paranoia, but these sort of things, if they are if there's a spin put on them, then can create an enormous amount of fear, which is a diversion from what true action is. And the reality is, and it redounds, it goes back to the benefit of the military-industrial gangbangster complex. Because who would benefit from an interplanetary conflict? The eschatology nuts, the people who want the end of the world to happen, and the far right-wing nuts, the fascists, the gangbangsters in the military-industrial complex. That's who benefits from fear. So we have to understand that that's how they've manipulated humans, and this goes back thousands of years. I mean, all kinds of demagogues and different empires have manipulated their people through fear and dividing one group against another for millennia. We just can't let it happen on an interplanetary level, and it won't. I mean, that is not a paradigm that can succeed. And if you analyze this, ultimately, there's only one possible future: universal peace, global peace, and interplanetary peace. There is no future that involves this kind of conflict, because the weapons are so far beyond a hydrogen bomb that it's not survivable. So if you accept that just sort of fact, it's a fact, then you have to work towards that end. And that's what we're doing. That's the whole purpose of our project. Other questions? Yes, sir.
Consciousness question. There's kind of a built-in battle between the fear and the meditation that you just led us through.
Yes.
So what about the concept of the energy of that meditation, the consciousness of that meditation being a win-win for the industrial military complex too?
Okay, in other words, can they use such consciousness, knowledge of consciousness, in a negative way?
No, not at all. So can that consciousness generated by the meditation, by people participating in that meditation, lead them to an awareness of how giving it up and joining in?
Yes, it's a beautiful question. And one of the things we do on our week-long expeditions is that we go around to different classified facilities and personnel that I know that are on the Leadership Council for MAGIC, the Majority Intelligence Committee, on this, and we send this beautiful healing vision and light and love and forgiveness to them and give them a new vision. And it's very effective, actually. I like telling the story. When I was first year of college, there were a bunch of rowdy drunks who were boys in my dorm, and they were always coming in drunk. And at that point, I was spending all my time meditating. And I was in these deep meditations and prayerful states. And one day, I had a remote view that they were going to get killed on this mountain road between Blowing Rock and Boone, North Carolina. And a lot of college kids did, because they would drive there to go to bars and run off and go down a 3,000-foot gorge. And I said, and I connected to them as they came into the dorm and said a prayer that they would, stop doing these self-destructive things and be taken care of and realize. And I just focused really intently on them. And about 5 minutes later, I heard a knock on the door. It was them. And they said, "Oh, Steve, and they were like looking through me. They said, "Oh, forgive us." I said, "I don't have to forgive." But they were looking through me to some greater power, not to me. And I said, "Oh, that's okay." And they never were drunk again. I never saw anything. Something happened. So there's the power of consciousness. So we can do that. So instead of getting all bent out of shape about these covert, misanthropic fascists, which you can be. I mean, you can get pissed off. But it's very powerful to look at it in a compassionate way and say, there are a lot of them that are just placekeepers. Like Senator John Warner, his son said, he was like a Dudley Do-Right kind of figure. He was doing what he thought he was supposed to do because the people above him were telling him this is what was patriotic to do. So a lot of people who are involved in these projects are educable and can be transformed. And this sort of meditation and prayer, you're absolutely right, can be very powerful transforming that. And I encourage people to do that rather than get all upset with negativity. I only describe it so that people understand the lay of the land. Yes, sir. Back there.
I know you've been looking for free energy devices, and you've had your hands on one almost at one point, and I know it's a big focus for you. Where are you with that right now? And how enlightening?
We're SOL. Shut out a look. No, we don't have anyone that we know of with an operational system that meets our criteria, which are on the website, seriousdisclosure.com. It has to be something that they're willing to let it go open source, as I said last night. Now, if they have to be bought out, we can buy them out, but they have to get out of the way. It has to be massively disclosed. It has to be closed loop. It has to run itself and a load. It can't be something plugged into a wall socket. There are all these criteria. Now, I know there are systems that purport to do this that are on the internet, but we've gone all over the world and we haven't found anything legitimate. Or the ones that are legitimate, people are trying to keep very secretively and don't want many people to know about it, or they think they're going to let it out. And like I met with one team in Orange County, California. Well, we're going to divide it into 120 patents. No one will know we have it. I'm going, by the time you've had the thought come out of your cerebral cortex, the intelligence community knows you have this thing and what you're doing. So that isn't going to work. So far we haven't found a technology that meets our criteria, both from an operational, technological point of view and a strategic point of view. Because we will not cooperate with someone who wants to keep it in a black box of secrecy. You can't do it. That's the quickest way to get assassinated, which is what happened to that whole engineering team in Michigan that took the Stan Meyer equipment. They were all killed. And I was asked at the last minute to rescue them, and I wrote a whole brief to Lord, I won't say who he is, in the British Isles who was funding them. And he said, they're on the run for their life. They're going to try to go to a safe country. I said, what safe country? These people will find you anywhere. But they were wanting to keep it secret so they could monetize it. And it was like Gollum with my precious ring. The next thing I heard, there was one person who escaped from the operation who confirmed that they had all been assassinated last year. So, and who knows where the technology is now. So there's really one clear path out of this mess. And that's what I was talking about last night. And I think that so far we haven't found one. If anyone knows of someone who has something operational, we'd love to hear about it. I have a whole engineering team on standby, a whole finance team on standby. But we're very strict about what our criteria are. Let's see, another, somebody else, the lady there.
Have you been in touch with the Cashy Foundation?
Yes, I'm familiar. Yes, I met with their folks. They weren't willing to let us have anything that could be independently tested and reproduced, so we're waiting. We have met with them, yes.
Have you been in touch with this? I'm seeing this on YouTube, the Searle, the SEG.
The Searle system?
Yeah, the Searle.
There too, we've reached out. No one's ever provided anything that can be independently vetted and tested. It's being done as an IP, intellectual property effort. Yes.
What do you believe is going to be the catalyst or trigger to initiate this whole false flag type of event?
Well, that's actually why I made the movie Unacknowledged. It's already happened. The trigger was made clear to me in the last 2 years. So when I saw the New York Times starting to cover the story with Hillary's campaign and John Podesta, and then I saw what happened with the man that I mentored. There's a group called Blink 182, and the lead guy, Tom DeLonge, and then he got intercepted by General McCaskill at Wright-Patterson, and is putting out all this fearsome. So I mean, Tom stayed at my home. He was a kid, and I was mentoring him. Then I saw what happened with Gaia, where Gaia got converted into a front for slave ships and intergalactic war and all the stuff that's going out from Bill Tompkins and all that stuff. I began to realize that the pace had been stepped up an order of magnitude about 1.5 years, 2 years ago, which is why we did the movie Unacknowledged. That was the impetus that got me to do it. So, frankly, they pulled the trigger on that. It's all part of an accelerated program of disinformation and fear-mongering and war-mongering. And what they already will have, this sounds terrible, we want to be brutally honest. They already have the gun nuts and the right-wing fascists, that they could do anything. Yeah, let's go to the next war. Everyone likes a war. These are people who love war. But what they didn't have the millennials, and they didn't have the new agers. So through Gaia TV and Tom DeLonge for the millennials and Generation Xers, and Gaia through the new agers, shot right into the heart of those communities. So I know how the intelligence community works. I'm read into this very carefully, very thoroughly. And that's what keeps me up at night. Because I feel like sometimes I'm a one-man anti-defamation league for ETs, because there's such a tidal wave. And then you have Hollywood, you know, with all the different ET, alien movies, and one's more terrifying than the next. So you have the media raid, you have the military industrial, they kind of had all that. And then they have been very carefully intercepting the millennials and Generation Xers and the so-called New Agers through these other vectors. And I had a meeting with the owner of Gaia and his top people and sort of had a knockdown drag out about it, discussion. I was quite clear. I basically said, why are you putting out programming that is in support of World War III? I said, I don't understand what your mission statement is. So I am not a shy person. I mean, but so it's very important that we understand that if you continue to put out information like this, then, as I said, you know, back in 1997, we had this man who was going to do one of the stand-up briefings for the senators and congressmen that came to the congressional briefings in Washington. And he was, at the meeting before him, we had a meeting with all these men and women who had been in the intelligence community and military who were going to give information to, at this closed meeting that was set up privately by my organization. When I'd given up on the White House, now I was trying to see if someone in Congress would hold a hearing and do this. That was 20 years ago, 97. And what happened is that this man had been on an interagency committee in 74, it was 43 years ago, and he was going to testify that they already had everything in place. And he was on it, and he said it had been in place for long before his time when he rotated out, before he rotated in. To this committee that was an interagency committee. He said we could hit a button, it would launch a false alien attack, it would fool virtually everyone on the planet, and it would lead to a consolidation of global, instead of just the United States spending $1 trillion a year on military armaments and what have you, the whole world, like the movie Independence Day, would say, yeah, let's kick alien butt, and they start kicking in 5-10 trillion a year instead of 1 trillion into that effort. And he said we could push a button and it would happen. It would fool everyone from the president on down. Now, that night, a special forces team came to the Westin Hotel where I was housing everyone, went to this man's room and asked him to go. He went voluntarily. And he left a note under our door basically saying, these guys have asked me not to talk about this yet, but they're going to try to get this under control. They agree that it's out of control. And he was taken out to an undisclosed location out in Virginia, probably at Mount Weather, and did not testify before the members of the Congress that we had gathered together in 97. So I've been acutely aware since the early 90s of that plan, and I've had worked with people who've been in the system and have been read into or briefed on what the technologies are, how it would happen. So we're vulnerable because it will they could get away with it only if they have enough people who have been predisposed towards alien fear. Just like Hitler could only get away with what he did if there were enough people who were predisposed to shoving 6 million Jews into the gas chambers, right? You've got to do the psychological and propaganda part first. But this is much bigger than exterminating 6 million Jews, as horrible as that was. These are maniacs who'd like to create a situation where they concoct a conflict between worlds, like War of the Worlds. So it's lunacy, it's dangerous, and when I started seeing that people who ostensibly should be on the side of peace and earth and Gaia and this and that, becoming sort of the front phalanx of horrific disinformation about slave trips and galactic wars and all this kind of stuff right out of a script from Hollywood, I went, wow, we are really at DEFCON 1. we're at launch. So that's why I made the movie. So you asked the question. Sorry you asked now, huh? So you ask, I'll tell you the truth. Okay, this gentleman.
You got 2 areas of expertise for this question.
What?
You have 2 areas of expertise for this question.
Okay.
So we did the CE5,
Mm-hmm.
and I have tetanitis, so I have buzzing in the ear.
Mm.
I find when I do the CE5, I can calm down, but I keep hearing the buzzing. Do you think that's something that will interfere with my ability to...
No, you just sort of know it's there and ignore it. You know, I have a degenerative disc right here from doing so many sports things and falling on my head. And it hurts, so I just sort of, you learn to set it aside and meditate with it.
One final question.
Plus I have a broken knee from mountain bike. I have so many jock injuries and then a dislocated shoulder from surfing.
Do you have any insight?
Wild man.
Do you have any insight as to what's happening in that department?
Yeah, there is a covert underground facility there, and it's a very likely that a false flag could be launched from the poles there, because they could launch from there, be undetected for the most part, get airborne or spaceborne, and then come in, and it would look ET, look like it came from space. Yeah, there's been a facility there for a long time. Yes, sir.
In regards to the free energy, Dr. Greer, with that meditation, it just came to me today. Why don't we collectively do a meditation to whoever to get that free energy information or device to you? And as I mentioned to you yesterday, I wanted to announce that I've got a company that I'm cleaning up the environment with the oil companies. I'm devoting 10% of my profits when I do go into production to your
Thank you.
to your free energy. Have you ever tried any of that meditation?
Sure. Yeah, we do it all the time, but we do it all the time. But that's one of the hardest nuts to crack, because the people, often the people who have the technology, there's so many trap doors to intercept it. There's the financial trap door, the intellectual property trap door, there's the black shelving trap door. For example, many of these people, they're not threatened. They say, hey, here's $50 million, we'll buy your technology. They put it on a black shelf, it disappears. So even with that, we've done what we can, but the human element, when you get greed involved and money involved and power involved, unfortunately, so far, nothing's made it through the gauntlet, let's say. We're hopeful something will. I'm quite convinced. I mean, someone out there must have the ability. I personally don't have the ability to build anything. My wife has to hook up the DVD player or whatever. But I mean, I'm an idiot with stuff like that. But, give me a defibrillator, a respirator, a chest tube, no problem. But this stuff, no. And that's the problem. I don't have that ability. The people who have that ability that I have high confidence in need a place to do it. They need equipment and what have you. And you're dealing with very high energy physics. It's not, even the Kawasaki analyzers that need to be custom built to even look at the waveforms are, $500,000 each. I mean, this is not something you're going to do just trivially, and it's a big R&D project unless someone has done the work and they have something and they're willing to let it go the distance. But most people want to keep it secret, or they want to try to monetize it with patents or licensing and all these sort of business schemes, and they all go down in flames, every single one of them. There have been groups that have had upwards of $100 million, like Blacklight Power and some of the others that have had things, and they never get anything out to the public. So I think we have a strategy that I think will work. It's kind of like the last thing available. And so that's what we're trying to work on. And we either need to find someone who has the funding to put in place for this research and energy effort, or we have to find someone who has something operational that's not a fraud, which is 90% of them, and that they're willing to let us take it forward initially open source and massively disclose, because any other pathway results in its interception. The other thing is that when you're dealing with a technology that's going to terminate about $1,000 trillion worth of commodities and assets and industrial capacity and power plants, and globally we're talking, all the oil in the ground, all the gas, all the coal, all the uranium, all of it, every engine on the planet, all of it's obsolete. I'm being modest when I say 1,000 trillion. You have to figure that you're going to have a headwind that's very severe, which we've faced. That's the hardest part of. I've been able to do disclosure. It's been difficult, but millions, actually hundreds of millions of people around the world have heard about it, and more than half the population believe we're not alone. Contact, we're doing. It's going on all the time. Getting these technologies out, because that's the crown jewel of their secrecy, is keeping the world in a dependent state of macroeconomic slavery. That has been the hardest thing to do. My wife and I have been very frustrated trying to do that for 20-some years, and we haven't yet. So, we're hoping, I'm meeting with someone tomorrow who purports to have a system, but they're secretively running some commune on it. All that kind of bullshit, frankly. I'm going, who cares? There's that Swiss Metronet, whatever it is. They've been running this village for apparently generations on a free energy device, but only the great white people in Switzerland in that little village can know about it. I mean, what good does that do the whole planet? No, I'm really disgusted by that concept. So it's got to be, we're either going to do it, go big or go home. And I don't do anything small. So if we got our hands on this, the whole world's going to know about it. And we need to. We have to be able to create a civilization here that goes off the termination pathway onto a sustainable pathway. And I'm not talking in 50 or 100 years. I mean in the next decade or two. Yes. You had a question, ma'am?
Yes. What's your experience regarding or comments regarding hybrids?
With whom?
With people who call themselves hybrids.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I have been accused of being a hybrid. I think all life in the universe are, in a sense, hybrids. So I tend not to go down into that trip too much. And I'll tell you why. If you understand the morphogenic field concept, we're non-locally in consciousness through the non-local organizing. Once something begins to work one place, it works other places. That's why there's a universality of man, like this being right here has a head, 2 arms, 2 legs, and probably from another galaxy. Why? Because there's a morphogenic field and it begins to propagate non-locally without direct contact. It's not just panspermia, it's on a deeper level of dimensional. So in the DNA, for example, there is a component of the DNA that's epigenetic, that's connected to consciousness, and things turn on and off. And so I think that all intelligent life in the universe, in a lot of ways, that's why our motto is one universe, one people. There is a universality to man. I don't mean male, female, but to higher intelligent life forms. Yes, sir.
Have you heard of the Keshe Foundation?
Yeah, she just asked about that. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Yeah, they have not provided anything that's operational yet. Yes, sir.
Do you know if there's much of a connection between sleep paralysis and ET trying to communicate with you?
Yeah, it's an interesting question, this so-called sleep paralysis. I think people have had experiences with sleep paralysis or other hypnagogic and states where they have an experience with something. Now, is it ET or is it another dimension or what have you? And I think that there are a lot of people who have that experience, or more people who have had lucid dreams where they've had very clear experiences with ETs and flying and what have you. But some people will have a sleep paralysis experience, and there may be a component to that. Now, the question is, did they have some state of consciousness that led to them having the experience, or did the experience lead to the sleep paralysis? But which chicken or egg, which came first? Yeah. One more question. I think we're probably past time. Yes, sir, lady here. Yeah.
What is the event? And what is, I keep on hearing on the internet, the event is going to happen.
Which event?
I don't know.
Well, I can't tell you. Oh, I see what you mean. Well, I don't know what they're referring to. I'd have to see the reference. But there certainly is a singular event that could happen that's a false flag. On the other hand, running the other way. You could get millions of people doing what we were doing here today who understand it, who start doing it. That creates a morphogenic field shift, and there's open contact that's peaceful. That isn't a false flag, but something beautiful for 7 billion people. That could happen too. And the ETs are actually watching what we're doing. They're measuring. They're not going to just sort of invade and do something. They're going to see what's the breakout point and critical mass of human consciousness, of conscious, intelligent intent, and then things will happen. Now, the other event that some people refer to would be some big catastrophic, earth change event that would result in an intervention. But, so I've heard of, when you say "and the event," I'd have to see what they're referring to. But what I want to focus on is the crazy things going on you can be aware of, but there's only so much you can do about it. What we can do is, I said this last night, the National Reconnaissance Office over their headquarters says, we own the night. And I always say, we own the light. We own disclosure. We can make universal peace a reality. We can bring out free energy technologies, make that a reality. And we can transform this planet into something sustainable and beautiful. So I'd say, let's focus on that and create the world of our dreams. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.